So I'm wondering what stories you've built up for yourself already about what Pluto in Aquarius means. I mean, this is quite a significant shift for us. For the last 15 years, we've had Pluto in the sign of Capricorn, give or take a few months when it did shift in temporarily into the sign of Aquarius. So in this video, what I'm going to do is look at a high kind of like float up as if I can look down on the situation and try and give an overview of the biggest trends coming up over the next couple of years. You know, there's a lot of things going on, and I'll be talking about this in just a sec. So yeah, in this video, there's a kind of high level overview of the planetary shifts, what you might need to know, or what it'd be useful to be aware of. For instance, if you know your chart right now, you know, the first piece of advice I would give is to check out the positions of your planets and also your cusps, you know, like where your houses begin and end in your birth chart. In particular, your angles, your ascendant, your descendant, your midheaven, your IC at the bottom. If you've got planets right at the tail end, you know, like say 27, 28, 29 degrees or 0, 1, 2, possibly 4 degrees, then you know what's about to roll out before our very eyes with Pluto's switch into Aquarius and all the other sign changes and retrogrades and aspects that are going on over the next few years, then this is going to be quite an epic time for you. You know, this could be the time where you kind of make yourself. And then following the overview of the planetary changes over the next couple of years, then I'm going to deeper dive on a sign by sign basis. So I don't know if you're going to choose to listen to your ascendant or your sun sign or your moon sign, but the opportunity is there to listen to all three. But there will be 12 different zodiac signed forecasts taking you through the ingress into, you know, Pluto into Aquarius, taking you through for the next 2 to 3 years, just so you get an idea of where things are heading. So I hope this is going to be helpful. If you're new to this channel, my name's Louisa, and Feel Good Astrology is here really to try and clearly explain or create some clarity, a bit of freedom, a bit of space for you from what's going on right now. You know, these are quite confusing times. It's not that straightforward to make head nor tail of it. You know, it doesn't necessarily make complete sense to everyone. You know, so we are living in quite interesting times right now with a lot of social change and deep personal change. If you've been here before, welcome back. Absolutely adore having your presence. Thanks so much. And in fact, that gives me a great little segue into thanking everybody that supports this channel. I really, really appreciate you. Thank you so very much. You know, and there's loads of different ways you can support me, not necessarily financially, but, you know, comments, your encouragement. You know, if you see something that you think I should know about, or if you've got something to share with me, all of that really helps. You know, this all goes to create, you know, this all helps me to create the videos that you might find helpful. So thank you so very much. So let's dig in a little bit. Now, I will hold my hand up and say I've actually recorded loads about Pluto and Aquarius already. Now, I've been re-listening to my first one. This one here, Pluto and Aquarius. Is this the death of the individual? Now, that was recorded back in March 2023. And when I look back at that, you know, I was a little bit cringy at times, like, because, you know, that was the first time that Aquarius, you know, Pluto had come into Aquarius in our lifetime. And I was really sensing into the changes, you know, Jupiter and Saturn went into Aquarius. They were kind of leading the way before Pluto got there. So we already had some of the themes that would be coming up during this time, and they were really playing out in a big way. And so, yeah, I sound possibly a bit conspiratorial, more so than usual, and possibly a little bit more alarmed, you know, because I was yeah, truthfully, I was feeling a little bit threatened by some of the things that I was seeing going on in the world. It felt like there was quite a big whiplash kind of energy, really from the time of the pandemic narrative that had emerged, you know, in 2019, 2020. So, you know, I think some of that was in response, but there's a lot of really good information in there, which I'm going to very, very briefly and hopefully quite, you know, concisely run through. And then I did another one in January, because that was the next time when Pluto came into Aquarius. That was January of 2024. And I did actually do an all 12 sign forecast talking about the transformations you might be going through. But, you know, that was back in January, and now we're in November, and so much has changed since then. And again, you know, as we are evolving, we're learning new things, and I think I've got an even deeper perspective now. However, I think these are still very useful. So you might still find the all 12 sign forecast, to be of use, in terms of explaining a personal transformation for you. This one is really taking you on the journey of the next few years. So, I think they kind of work hand in hand. I should also say that I've got a Pluto through the houses playlist if you're if Pluto is your hot topic right now. I think viewing numbers are suggesting to me that Pluto is massively of interest to people. So I've got a playlist called Pluto Through the Houses. For instance, my Pluto is in the 11th house. So I would listen to Pluto through the 11th house. Right now, for me, Pluto is going through my 3rd house. Transiting through my 3rd house. So if I wanted a forecast to that, I would listen to the Pluto in the 3rd house. So each of those little podcasts is telling you or sharing with you how you might be experiencing that energy. So hopefully that's also of use. Anyway, so back in 2020, so this has taken us back quite a way. Jupiter came into a conjunction with Saturn. Now, it's got nothing to do with Pluto directly, but they formed a conjunction at 0 degrees in the sign of Aquarius. Now, why is this significant? Well, it's called the Grand Conjunction, and Jupiter in a conjunction to Saturn, it happens every 20 years, very, very regularly. And it has a very, very strong pattern. So right now we're in a very strong Jupiter, Saturn, air pattern for the next, I think, 80 years or so. And I talk about this in my Jupiter Saturn square video. So if you want to know more about that pattern and why it's relevant, check that out, because that's, there's a bit of sort of historical sort of examination in it. But wherever these conjunctions happen, and the last one was at 0 degrees in the sign of Aquarius, it is a seed point for a new form of governance, a new form of awareness within humans. It really talks about how we are organizing ourselves or being organized. Possibly that's the greater truth. Jupiter and Saturn both like to be in charge. And so when they come together, the expansiveness of Jupiter and also the sternness of Saturn, they really do create a new system together. So we knew back in 2020, astrologers, we knew back in 2020 that 0 Aquarius was going to be very significant, because we could also see that Pluto was coming up to the end of his journey in Capricorn and would be coming in. So I really feel like Jupiter and Saturn in their conjunction have been a warm-up act for Pluto going into Aquarius. And it gave us a little bit of a head start, so obviously Pluto is fully into Aquarius as of tonight, at 0 degrees in the sign of Aquarius. But Jupiter and Saturn have already brought in a lot of the big themes. So the first ingress was back in March 2023, and it stayed in until June when it went back into Capricorn. So we got a little taster of the Pluto and Aquarius energy. Then it came in again in January of this year, until September, so a good 6 months, and then it backed back into Capricorn for the last time, and now it's into Aquarius. It's going to be here. It's going to be here for 20 years. It's a long time. It's a very, very long aspect. The great thing about these bigger aspects is they're changing the overall architecture for us, not necessarily changing our whole lives in one go. This is slow, gradual change. However, if it's over one of your sun, like if it's over your sun, a moon, the moon, one of your planets, if it's over an angle or a house cusp, you're likely to experience quite a decisive change. So Pluto, wherever he is transiting in your chart, is showing you the kinds of transformation you're going through. So it's quite possible that right now, if you've got planets at the end of a sign or the beginning of a sign, so 27 degrees to 29 or 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, you're going to be experiencing this at a much deeper level. But the truth is, if you're at the end of the signs, and my sun is at 27 degrees, my Mercury's at 28, I've got a lot of things towards the end, and a couple at the beginning, then you'll already have been feeling these themes coming in, because Pluto will have been making aspects. Pluto's energy will have been kind of tingling, jangling your energy. I know that's not an astrological term, but I really do see these almost like a spider web, as Pluto's going over one of these these like strands of your web, it's kind of vibrating all over. It's giving you that feeling of anticipation, possibly a feeling of uncertainty, this inner knowing that some bigger change, significant change is coming in for you. Now, one of the things I did touch on the March, that should say 2023 episode, was I did speak about the last Pluto and Aquarius cycle. And I think I would like to just recap that. Because obviously I've seen more of it showing up in these last couple of years. So back in the 1777 to 1797 cycle, which was when Pluto was last in Aquarius, we had the American Revolution, the French Revolution, the Haitian Revolution, the Industrial Revolution, and the smallpox vaccine development and rollout. It was a very, very deep and strong time in human history. And interestingly, if you think about America, back in 2023, I was talking about the Black Lives Matter riots and things like that. And there were lots of what seemed like attacks on history and tradition and sort of trusted ideas. It felt like there was a real kind of whiplash, this kind of jerking reaction that we had to get rid of, like eradicate the old and install the new. And I think that's probably why there was so much, backlash to that, because when anything goes far to one side, then the other side has to go far to balance it out. I take my kids to the park, I see what happens when they get on a seesaw. To get things balanced, you have to have, you've got your midpoint and you've got, one person here, one person here, and you have to sort of balance it out. And if you're stronger on one side, then you have to strengthen up on the other side. And so that's what I've seen really play out in the last couple of years, is that there's been this continuous balancing act as one seeming side, or as life has seemed to jerk into one direction, there's been an almost equal and opposite reaction. So what I would say is these last 4 years have been really reactionary. Now, obviously, after that, Pluto went back into Capricorn, and then it went back into Aquarius in January. And so again, I saw the same things flare up. In truth, we've been going through this continuously. One of the reasons why it might appear that tradition and history and big business have been attacked is because they are things that really represent Capricorn, which, as a sign is very businesslike, very corporate, but it is also very historical, and it stands for traditions. It's ruled by Saturn. So it's got this very kind of stern, fatherly, it's almost like there's been an attack on anything that feels like a big father or a big brother. There's a lot of that going on. And during that time, the themes of Aquarius, I mean, there's so many, and obviously I do talk about this a lot more in this particular video and this one as well. But, Aquarius is also known for technology and social trends. The sign of Aquarius, which is ruled by Saturn and also Uranus, is an interesting blend, because Saturn is quite formal and sometimes seemingly a bit cold and loves systems. And Uranus is actually his father in mythology. Again, if you want to know about the mythology of all this, go to this particular video. But Uranus is about modernity and about challenging systems and about being, like an agent of change, creating chaos sometimes to instigate the change, to be able to make that change possible. Because change isn't possible, if everyone is holding on to their positions. And so, the coming into the sign of Aquarius is going to stir things up, as it moves from Capricorn, which is very regimented and very deeply ambitious, coming into a time when, the Aquarius energy is here. It's not so ambitious, though it does have an ambition to completely level the playing field. And so, we've seen lots of things going on in terms of social issues, a really big change there. Which has just been coming in really since, I think, the grand conjunction in 2020 really suddenly starting to rise. And it's almost been like the new ways of being have come in, and they've gone and sort of exponentially grown. And again, that the shock of that sort of exponentially growing will have created another sort of backlash. So culturally, you know, we go one way, we go another, and it's like it's hugely unbalanced. Also, you know, one of the things that I notice about the sign of Aquarius is it's not so much led on ownership. You know, if you think of the other sign of Aquarius, you've got Leo, and the polarity between those two is huge. Like Leo is about sovereignty, about your personality, like you being the center of everything, and it is about the things that you're proud of and the big stories that you've got about your life and how you are central to your life, and how you are maybe a celebrity in your own world, you know, and how, you know, you can sort of build yourself up. And yes, the sign of Leo at its worst can be very, very vain, fair enough. But it's almost like, to get the Aquarian way in, there's been an attack on all things Leo, you know, and the sort of pride that we might have had with what we've built up around us, and our story. And so I really think the stories that we've had of, you know, like, I mean, let's take America for, you know, an example. You know, when I was growing up, there was these like stories that people go to America to make their fortunes and to become somebody. Like the idea of becoming somebody is very much a sort of Leo concept. And during this Aquarian time that we've been going into, it's almost like if you're becoming somebody, you're going to get cut down. Because if you're going to become somebody, you've got to become somebody that fits in with the Aquarian ideas and ideals. So yes. So where you might have something strong and familial, you've got something that has, you know, appeared more brotherly and sisterly and almost anti-family. One of the things I've really noticed as well is the state has made more advances to have more control over your children, you know, and again, that wouldn't happen in a strong Pluto and Leo time where the family was involved in raising their own family. You know, now the state is kind of breaking down. So, you know, I've just seen this sort of like breakdown, almost like an overreach, which you may or may not agree with, and that's absolutely fine, because, you know, we're all individuals here, funnily enough. You know, and I did call this, is this the death of the individual? You know, it does appear that the idea of a family structure and a local community structure is being replaced with a very sort of broad, strong idea or ideology about how people will be living. So there's been a huge amount of stuff going on. And of course, we've seen a lot of that coming out of America because, you know, America just seems to dominate everything. No offense if you're American, you know, American media, stuff on the internet, you appear to be leading the way. And obviously, you know, I'm not checking in with Chinese media or like Russian media or Asian media, you know, like I speak French, and occasionally I see things in French on Facebook, you know, and when you sort of like dig, you realize you don't see anything of any other language rather, you know, than the language that you deal with. Actually, there are lots of pockets of internet that we probably don't see. We never see a full picture. But if you're an English speaker, the chances are most of your influences have come from America. And of course, that's just one vision. That's just one thing that has been put out there. So yeah, there's been a lot going on. Now, the Industrial Revolution obviously happened the last time Pluto went into Aquarius. And I think what we're swapping in is it's like an industrial revolution really coming into a technological revolution. You know, at the time of the pandemic narrative being rolled out and the whole world, or most of the world, kind of stepping into line with it, there was a lot of 5G masks going up. There's a lot of talk about AI. AI has really come in a massive way. Lots of talk about robotics and systems and programs doing jobs for people, and people becoming a little bit redundant. We've also been regaled with stories of smart cities and the benefits of those, and also the Internet of Things, and also the idea of changing energy. I realize I meant to put the environment onto this because, you know, the environment is also another huge topic that is very much part of the Aquarian agenda. And it goes really in alignment with smart cities, the Internet of Things, and changing energy and different systems of energy. And so one of the things I've noticed in particular is that, you know, there's been lots of talk about how everyone is going to be organized, like, you know, the government is doing it for us, and that we all fall in line. And it's interesting, you know, I've noticed that, you know, some of the most recent disasters in terms of what occurs to or appears to look like an environmental disaster also seems to happen in areas where there are smart cities planned. So that's kind of interesting, or 15-minute cities planned. So I do think we're going to see more of a rollout of those in due course. You know, the whole idea of having everyone managed in a smaller space where all of our facilities, all of our services are just a little step away. You know, it's very much sold as a way of managing the environment better, and also managing human needs better. And also, you know, one of the talking points I've noticed is, you know, it's brought in to avoid scarcity. You know, it's one of the ways that we can, you know, create a world where, you know, you know, we're sharing our resources, you know, where things are metered out, you know, like we know what our limits on this is. You know, I saw an advert the other day for a sandwich that somebody had bought in England, and they'd posted up a picture, and it said how many of the allowed carbon emissions, or like your daily carbon allowance, had gone into that sandwich. Now I know in the UK, you know, well, I've been led to believe that at some point, you know, that will all be calculated against these ideas of social contracts or social credit scoring, you know, that you'll only be able to buy your limit every day. Now, obviously, that would be a real Pluto in Aquarius thing. You know, Pluto is about the controls and also the power. Who has it? You know, so a lot of this I was talking around back in 2023, but maybe not to this like depth, because obviously lots of things have changed since then. I'm sure you have noticed big changes coming in. Interesting that the smallpox vaccine development happened back in, you know, in the last Pluto and Aquarius thing. This was a huge thing that is noted in terms of healthcare. You know, it's one of those stories that people hold with pride because it changed the way healthcare was managed. And of course, you know, around the time of you know, as Jupiter and Saturn started their grand conjunction in the sign of Aquarius, you know, there were already the talks of the mRNA vaccines coming out, the development of these vaccines and mass rollouts for the good of everyone, which is a real common phrase that I think is really part of the Aquarian. I remember back at the time sort of maybe having some questions, you know, because when things change quite quickly, you know, you might be quite cautious, you might feel a little bit uncertain. And I don't think it's wrong to question if things are moving a little bit faster than you're ready for, and you want to know a bit more detail. And I remember being sort of bombarded with people saying it's about a social contract, get in line. You know, you have to get in line, you have to kind of come into this balance. So yeah, I've heard this like for the good of everyone, like spoken about. And back in my 2023 video, I mentioned, you know, I had a feeling that the mRNA would be used, or that technology, a bit like the smallpox vaccines of, you know, the last time Pluto in Aquarius was, you know, playing out. You know, I had this sort of feeling that the new mRNA technology would be used in other ways, and sure enough, that has happened. You know, it is seen as being it is seen by many as being a new way of managing health. Of course, I also think vibrational health and healthcare based on frequency is also going to gain some popularity. However, I'm not seeing it coming in, sadly, at quite the same speed as everything else, because I guess there's not much money put behind it. But in an earlier video this year, I spoke about Uranus and Chiron. They're coming into a conjunction in 2042. And I think that is really going to change healthcare again in quite a significant way, right at the end of Pluto and Aquarius, funnily enough. So I think, you know, there are some really big changes that we've been noticing that are likely to come in. And there's more money revolutions as well. So I think, you know, in the last 4 years, there's been so much more information about going from physical to virtual. Lots of people have been buying crypto and Bitcoin and things like that. And of course, the conversations about social credit scoring systems have been rife everywhere. You know, I know they've been trialing it in different places in different parts of the world. And you might have heard stories about people getting cut off from having access to things. You know, that's an interesting thing, isn't it? That if you have a good credit score, that you have access to more than people who don't have a good credit score. That's interesting. You know, to me, there's an idea that utopia, which is a bit of an Aquarius concept, is very much based on these are the utopian ideals. And if you fit in with this, then you're okay. But if you don't fit in with this, then you'll be kind of you'll be kind of like censored, shut down, turned off. And in fact, censorship is one of these things that has come up so much. You know, I actually got one of my videos taken down a couple of days ago because I said something that went against, I accidentally said something that went against YouTube's community standards. And I guess these things happen, but censorship has come up as an ongoing theme over the last 4 years in a really big way. You know, even hearing governments and strong level, high level politicians talking about censoring or using like Facebook or social media to jail people, you know, if they say the wrong things. I know in England, people have been sent to prison for speaking out on social media about things that they don't like. And I guess that's a new form of like going to not a riot, but like a protest, you know, where people don't want to go to protest so much anymore because of you know, because of social credit and stuff like that. You know, people are protesting on social media now, and now there are lots of different people saying you can't have that. You know, what I really see is that things have been decentralized. So whereas countries and governments and police and this, that and the other have felt like they had a certain level of control, now this is all changing. Everything is decentralized, but it's like happening to every part of our life. You know, employment as well as decentralized, you know, fewer people are having a job for life. In fact, that's never really happened in my lifetime. But if we go back to our parents who, you know, if you're as old as me, you might have boomer parents, you know, who have their Pluto in the sign of Leo, again, the opposite of where we are now. You know, they were the people that had the jobs for life, and we were brought up with that promise. And of course, nobody's expecting a job for life now. That's a long gone idea. In fact, the thought of that is kind of like, oh, why would I want to do that? But, you know, now jobs are so decentralized or so kind of broken down that we have a gig economy mostly. You know, there is this very strong gig economy coming up, you know, and I guess I'm part of that. You know, where people are doing what they absolutely love, what they feel passionate about, sharing their skills or their research or, you know, their energy in some way. And, you know, we're all kind of busking in different ways. There's so many different ways to earn money these days. So employment has completely changed. But of course, that means a whole new set of skills are necessary. And, you know, one of the questions I have in terms of education, which I'm sure is also, well, that has been decentralized quite a lot, you know, after the pandemic narrative and the times that we've been living through. One of the things I've noticed is so many people have opted to not put their kids in school or to do school completely differently. You know, and, you know, as schools have got more, they've been penalizing parents for absences for all sorts of different reasons, with a kind of blanket approach, you know, not very personalized approach, you know. So some people have fallen by the wayside. Some children have been excluded permanently, you know. So there is a different way of doing schooling now. So education is changing. And this is, I think, the biggest thing. But of course, that couldn't have happened had everything else not already have shifted. They're all going hand in hand, but there's this really huge sort of identity politics, which is the next thing. And with that has come a whole load of new language. Again, I think this is very anti-Leo, sort of very anti the Pluto in Leo time and very sort of pro-Aquarian. But, you know, anti-Leo, if you think of the Leo energy, proud to be themselves, center of attention, being in their own space, shining their light, you know, because they're ruled by the sun. It's about being themselves and following their own, you know, like sort of expressing their path wanting, you know, to be trusted within their sort of family, building up this sense of a unit around them. And then the Aquarian, which is kind of changing, it's challenging, it's rebellious, and, you know, there's this kind of flat energy, you know, a sort of flat interconnected web where nobody knows anyone else necessarily to the same level as you might do in a family, but where you might be connected with people in all different parts of the world for completely different reasons. You're finding your tribe, not in your local situation, not in your local community, but you're finding them miles away. So you might be connected with people. Your new family might be an ideological family. But then again, you know, the human identity is changing. You know, we have medicine now that can work on a DNA level. There are talks of using technology inside the human body. There's talks of transhumanism is really coming up. In fact, before all this time started, there was this program, and I can't remember the name of it, and it chilled me to my very core when I saw it. I think it was a 6-part series. It had Emma Thompson in. Oh God, she played a very creepy character, but it was it called Years and Years, maybe? But it played this very sort of dystopian 6 parts out about life in England and how it interacted with the rest of the world, and how there were these gated communities, not gated through choice, but because the government had gated people into these little cities, these little conurbations, and they weren't allowed to leave, and that people were connected into the Internet of Things. And there were people that were, you know, choosing very different sort of transhuman identities. And so interesting that that was put out in the media immediately before all of this Jupiter and Saturn conjunction, all this Pluto in Aquarius energy started coming in. I don't think it's you know, I think that's a bit of programming on the BBC's part, but who knows? You know, it's not for me to say. But yeah, transhuman chips and access according to how much you are accepted based on your behavior, based on somebody else's systems of this is how you are okay, and very much changing boundary systems. You know, people are moving further away. So many people are expatriating, you know, they are migrants. So, you know, there are, you know, massive stories right now about illegal migration. And also legal migration. You know, loads of people are moving. You know, I moved 7 years ago to Portugal legally, I have to say. But you know, we have opportunities to work from so many different, you know, so many different positions, and so many people are working online now. And again, money has changed. You know, we don't have to. It's very easy to work online anywhere in the world right now. So, of course, we have all changed as a consequence. But of course, you know, if you're going through all these massive changes to money, employment, identity, like in terms of how your country is formed, in terms of a technological revolution, and also revolutions to do with healthcare, then of course we will have shifted quite a bit in this radical time from 2020 to 2024. Now, this is where we are. Pluto's going into Aquarius. So, my goodness, what is next? Well, before I tell you what's next, I just quickly want to show you a little bit about the planetary cycle of Pluto. It takes 244 years, give or take a month or two. So the current one that we're in right now, so these are always marked out by when a planet goes into the sign of Aries, and it ends, the whole cycle ends when it goes into Pisces, like comes out of Pisces and goes back into Aries. So we are actually still part of the Pluto cycle from 1822. And right now we are kind of here on the map. Pluto's just going into Aquarius, you know, so, you know, this is part of a very, very long story of transformation, you know, and we're just at the radical, changing, technological, disidentified, decentralized part of an ongoing story, following a time of massively identifying with our money and massively identifying with structure and largesse. So of course, you know, this is like a backlash to the Capricorn times. You know, and the new one will start in 2066. You know, by that time, Pluto would have moved through Aquarius, through Pisces, which is a 23-year cycle. So, I mean, we've got that to come up, you know, from 2043. And then the new cycle starts. So we are talking about a planet that moves so slowly. And actually, you know, I'm calling him a planet. Loads of people call him a dwarf planet. I think that's his actual categorization now. But yeah, if you have experienced Pluto going over a sensitive part of your chart, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about when I say do not underestimate that planet that is a gazillion miles away. Obviously not. Don't quote me on that. But you know, this is I think this is life-changing. So the next couple of years then, this is your survival guide. This is what I'm really wanting to bring about. So I want to refer to the Pluto-Mars oppositions because as Pluto is coming in right now, he's already in a opposition to Mars. And there are two more exact oppositions. You know, Pluto-Mars oppositions are big, you know. They happen well, I'll tell you that in a second, but they happen frequently and they're going to be part of your ongoing Pluto and Aquarius story. So I'll share how. There are massive planetary cycles coming up. So next year, Neptune, Saturn, Jupiter and Uranus are all changing signs. And Neptune, Saturn and Uranus are also backing out into their old signs. So they're moving in and out. All three of those are moving in and out in 1 year, and Jupiter's going into a new sign. In 2025, the North Node is changing signs. That happens every 18 months. We've also got Venus and Mars going retrograde. Now, they only go retrograde every couple of years. So, you know, they add an extra something. Je ne sais quoi, you know, they add an extra consideration to the mix of 2025. You know, I have never seen anything quite like this. You know, I have looked back as far as I could, and then I listened into a few different people as well to see when was the last time so much changed in the space of 9 months. And, you know, Steve Judd, in one of his videos with Levine, I think they're saying it's beyond 6,000 years. And in fact, you know, like none of us know what it is like to go through these changing times. So whatever we're going through right now is really radical and it is changing humanity. Something else to bear in mind in these early couple of years of Pluto and Aquarius is the fact that Uranus is in a trine to Pluto. I said it's 2024 to 2028, but it's actually not, because right now they've been in a trine, but they've not gone into their exact trine. They're going into their exact trine in 2026. I'll show you the dates of that, but this happens infrequently. And it happens over a long period of time. And Uranus, which is one of the rulers of Aquarius, you know, has got a real flavor for the Aquarius energy, and Pluto are going to be working together. So Pluto and Uranus together, what are they signifying? Because this is going to absolutely epitomize the next few years for all of us. And then the significance of Neptune, because Neptune is in a sextile to Pluto. And is in a sextile to Uranus, and it means that Neptune is on and off during the next few years, is going to be the midpoint of Uranus and Pluto. So the Uranian and Pluto energy is going to be expressed through Neptune, and Neptune is about dissolving, the dissolution of ideas. We are coming into this real kind of end game. I don't want to say end game, but it's like life as we know it is shifting. And, you know, something else is coming in, something is coming in, like stepping in. This is whole new energy. And then as I was looking ahead, you know, and this is as far as I want to go really, July 2026, one thing that I noticed that all of these patterns, these guys, actually not Saturn, but Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto in July of 2026 are all going to be at 4 degrees in their respective signs, all in positive signs. And positive, if you don't know, is a fire or an air sign. So all of them are in fire or air signs. It's like so much yangy masculine energy because the air and fire signs are considered to be masculine. So there is this very strong, decisive energy, and they're all working together. And Pluto and Jupiter are in oppositions. So, yeah, I'm taking all of this and distilling this into a forecast for you. So let's just whiz through. So this is just a little chart about Mars and Pluto life cycle. they go into an opposition every 2 years. And then every now and again, they have a longer opposition because Mars and Pluto go retrograde during this time. This is what's happening right now. So we're not just going through a Mars and Pluto opposition. We're going through one of the mega oppositions. So that is quite big, because Mars and Pluto are harmonics of each other. Like, you know, Pluto is known as being the higher harmonic of Mars, and Mars is a planet to do with striving, vitality, health, vigor, and also our boundaries. You know, so you could say that Mars is our physical boundary keeper. And so we sometimes might need to rise up in assertiveness or even aggressiveness to defend our territory. And there's a certain amount of power associated with Mars. You know, he's the god of war. You know, he's known for that. And then Pluto is a higher harmonic of that. So he's less seen, he's less physical. You know, he's out there. You know, Mars is very present. It's a personal planet. Mars is one of these you know, outer consciousness energies. You know, so this is something we're feeling, and that is much bigger than us. You know, it's an energy that's kind of affecting all of us, really. So these oppositions are big because it is attacking. It's bringing up the thought of survivability. How do we survive? How do we thrive? And it feels like an attack on humans. And in fact, you know, these oppositions, you know, when I look at the history of what has happened during these oppositions, there's been some really bloody massacres during this time. Not always, but, you know, if there is trouble brewing, it will break out more regularly during these times. Now, you'll see here that you'll have a whole heap. This is where we've come from. We've had oppositions between Mars and Pluto, you know, for the last however long it is, quite a long time. They've been across the polarity of Cancer and Capricorn. So we've all been going through these survival challenges through the lens of a Capricorn and Cancer kind of energy. Right now, we're coming into a new story, which is through the Leo and Aquarius polarity. So Mars here is wanting to be sovereign. Mars is the people. You know, people are wanting to be sovereign. And then the Pluto is really representing the power energies, the power structures. And the power structures are Aquarian, and they are out of our control. They're the ones wanting to make things less identified, less personalized, and more flatlined. But of course, you know, with all oppositions, we're talking about projections, you know, so you know, how you see something that is completely opposite to you. There's always, in my experience, there's always something of us in there. You know, when we're seeing something and reacting to it, it's because we've got some skin in the game. So these are really bringing up a lot of challenge. So I would say, now that Pluto's in Aquarius, we need to watch out for these times when Mars is in Leo. In fact, anytime a planet goes into the sign of Leo and forms an opposition to Pluto, it's going to be interesting, because Pluto is going to need to settle into his own sign. Sorry, not into his own sign, but into his sign right now. He's going to need to settle into it. And, you know, think when you move house or you move somewhere else, it takes a long time to settle, and you're more triggerable. Things blow up, you know, before they settle down. So I think we're coming into a time of, you know, some conflict about our survival. And what we're learning about power. We are learning a lot about power. And the Leo Aquarian story is a personal power story for us over the next 20 years. Let me just show you the planetary changes. So I did say that we've got a lot of changes, but this is really showing you the scope of it. So the North Node, which is where here, is moving into Pisces. Neptune is moving from Pisces into Aries. Saturn is moving from Pisces into Aries. Can you see there's a little reference point here? 0 Aries is super, super busy, you know, in this year ahead. Jupiter is going to move into the sign of Cancer. Uranus is going to move into the sign of Gemini. So we've got all of these big players shifting signs. And then, you know, we've got Neptune moving back into Pisces, Saturn moving back into Pisces, again, going over this 0 Aries point. So where is 0 Aries in your chart? Or 0 Libra, which is exactly opposite, because these are very sensitive points. And if you've got something important there, you know, they're going to get, those energies are going to get tweaked. They're going to get, kind of tickled, activated. That's the word I was looking for. Yes, there's a lot. You know, and then we've got Mars retrograde, and also Venus retrograde, and then Mars going direct and Venus going direct. They're extra things to consider. So Mars is going to go retrograde in Leo, back into Cancer, and then go forwards again. Venus, interestingly, is going to go retrograde from Aries right across this 0 Aries point into the sign of Pisces, and then go forwards again straight over the Aries point. So isn't that interesting as well? You know, we've got our two personal, like Mars and Venus, you know, the male and the female, both going retrograde, you know, within the next season, and they're both going retrograde from a fire sign back into a water and then back into a fire. So to me, that's a real indication that, you know, we are like, we are learning more about assertiveness, and being more direct in our expression, and then kind of going back in and getting the feels for it, and you know, sorting out our emotions. Because I think when we go into a fiery stage, we get very riled up. We come out of our emotions. We come out of our body. You know, we're not really grounded in it. So we come back into the emotions. We come back into maybe the mother, like the mother energy. We come back into maybe grounding. You know, I know it's water, but I really think, you know, we are connecting. Connecting is the word I'm looking for. So we're coming back into connection. And then when we have stoked up our bodies again, once we've come back and got our energy levels, we're going forwards again with vigor. So, you know, they're pretty big. And finally, we've got those Mars Pluto oppositions. So, you know, Pluto is, where is he? There he is. And Mars is in opposition. Yeah. Whew. These are interesting times. So yeah, that's a lot. You know, I haven't included the new moons, full moons, or any of the other. I haven't put in any Mercury retrogrades or any outer planet retrogrades. These are just the big planetary shifts, the nodes, and the unusual retrogrades, the Mars and the Venus retrogrades. You know, and so there's just so much happening. It's really quite mind blowing. You know, so we've got Pluto and Uranus in a trine. Got all the trines here. The last time they were in a trine together was back in 1921-22, which is obviously a long, long time ago. This is not a common energy. You know, so think of Uranus: change, innovation, technology, ideas, chaos, complete stops, like a cessation and a new start. And Pluto, like dying and resurrection, you know, this deep transformation that appears to kind of pull us apart and then put us back together again. These two working together in the air signs is interesting. You know, last time it happened was in Pisces and Cancer, you know, so Pluto was in Cancer and Uranus was in Pisces. This is happening in air signs. So last time, you know, these changes were very, very emotional. This time Uranus and Pluto are coming in. They're very airy, so very idealistic, very much about ideals and opinions, and communication, I think, is a really, really big one. And that's between 26 and 28. I am, you know, anticipating huge changes in 2026. Here's what Astrology King says about Uranus trine Pluto. This is a good website to check out. You know, he's got a lot of aspects, you know, where he's, you know, if there's an aspect you're interested in, type it in. Chances are, if you use Google, and hopefully you don't actually, I would like to get away from Google, but if you use Google, Astrology King comes up so much, and he's done some great blogs. So Uranus trine Pluto transit brings evolutionary change, giving you a deeper self-understanding and broader perspective of life. You'll undergo a gradual but profound transformation that will help you engage with more people and enjoy more life more than before. So yeah, he's talking about like a big, deep transformation. Now, in particular with the social signs of Gemini and Aquarius, it is going to engage us with more people, and hopefully we will enjoy life more. Changes will be occurring around you that allow for greater personal freedom. That's very much an Aquarian thing, but you'll also change on the inside, and you can facilitate this because of a more adventurous, optimistic and progressive outlook. So yeah, I really do think the more you can be open in the way that you're seeing your life and not so pinned down on things occurring in a certain way, I think it would be much easier for you. Tradition, religion, moral standards and societal expectations that may have held you back in the past, you know, they are kind of coming to an end. You can now feel a sense of freedom, explore more possibilities, and you know, this is a time of self-discovery. The more willing you are to take risks and express more of your eccentric side of your personality, I think that is the key to really enjoying and going with the flow of this energy. Anywhere where you're trying to hold on and not really looking at what isn't working for you and releasing that, that's the thing that's holding you back. You know, bad habits, prejudice, beliefs, it's a time to quit those. Neptune, Pluto sextile. Again, this is another thing that, you know, is not a frequent energy. Obviously, Neptune and Pluto, they move really, really slowly together. And so in our lifetime, you know, I'm pretty sure that Neptune and Pluto will have been in a sextile, maybe not an exact sextile, but would have been in a sextile. In 2026, they go into a series of exact sextiles right the way through to 2032. So there are a series of exact sextiles. I was listening to a podcast last night. I can't remember, the two guys chatting. Brilliant. I thought it was absolutely beautifully executed. And one of them, I think his name was Dan. I should find out, but yeah, forgive me. Maybe you can tell me. But he was talking about Neptune and Pluto. I will put it in the notes. I'll find out and I'll put a little link to it. But anyway, Neptune and Pluto in a sextile. He was saying that when they go into an exact aspect, then it brings in massive transformations about our ideals, you know, really big, because, you know, Neptune is absolutely about our belief systems. So Neptune sextile Pluto, again, this is Astrology King. Neptune sextile Pluto gives a pioneering spirit, making you unafraid to challenge the accepted way of thinking and doing things. You can deconstruct any aspect of life, a system, belief, or procedure. You can remove political, religious, cultural, and gender bias and reconstruct it in a more advanced and unadulterated state. You're inspired by truth and human potential. You can tap into mass subconscious, engage humanity's prevailing thoughts. You share with your generation a sense of where society is heading as a collective in the evolutionary sense. Now, he's written this as if you're born with this. Now, we're all born with this, you know, in our lifetime. I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure everyone listening will have Neptune in a sextile to Pluto, but this exact one, you know, if we're thinking about it, you know, it's bringing in all of those energies and also starting to dissolve them. If you remember, I also said, let's just go to the next slide. So I said we've got Pluto and Uranus, and then Neptune is going to be at the midpoint pretty much throughout this time. Because these guys are staying in a trine, and Neptune and Pluto are pretty much in a sextile. You know, there are 2 sextiles to every trine. So Neptune's at the midpoint, on and off, you know, for a really, really, really long time. In fact, in July of 2026, Neptune is the midpoint for Uranus and Pluto. Exactly. You know, so Neptune is one of the ways that we're going to be experiencing the social change that Uranus and Pluto are predicting. You know, this new story, this new openness, this new adventurous spirit, this new excitement is going to be, you know, we're going to be expressing it through Neptune. And so ideologies, belief systems, you know, they are going to be changing at quite a fundamental level. You know, and Neptune, like I said earlier, is where we sometimes go into escapism, and, you know, where we might dissolve situations. So it's like maybe the life or the story that we've been holding about ourselves is slowly dissolving and becoming almost like a dream. And then this like new dream coming in. It's very psychic. It's very intuitive. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. And so like the last thing that I wanted to mention was just Pluto's aspects in July 2026. We've got Pluto at 4 degrees, Neptune at 4 degrees in the sign of Aries, Uranus at 4 degrees in the sign of Gemini. And this, oh gosh, Pluto and Jupiter will be both at 4 degrees in exact opposition. And at that same time, at some point in July as well, the North Node is going into the sign of Aquarius. So, you know, the energy of Aquarius is just going to get turbocharged. And, you know, our understanding of Pluto and change and how we are creating our future altogether is going to get a real boost forwards. But like I said as well, just remember that, you know, between the last time that Pluto and Uranus were together was in, you know, in their trine was in 1921, 1922. And there was a lot of unrest around that time, obviously. And, you know, when Neptune and Pluto are exactly in aspect, it is creating a massive shift. And Jupiter in the opposition to Pluto is also going to be expanding on that. In that month, in July 2026 as well, we've also got Mars will make a conjunction with Uranus. So, you know, this is a hugely dynamic time. Really dynamic time. I think what happens in July of 2026 may well change things so much that, you know, it really cuts us off from our origins. In many respects, it's almost like we go so far into these new ideas that we just can't quite grasp where we were before. You know, so I really see that around July 2026, it's a massive game changer. What I'm really hoping is that it's a game changer because something new comes in that we're all choosing to bring in and consciously experience, as opposed to change that's coming in that many of us suspect has been created for us, you know, whereby the reasons for this particular change have been created. You know, there's a lot of people out there, and you know, I don't want to talk too explicitly about it in case I get another strike against my channel. Can't afford to do that. But yeah, it's funny how we get these situations that come up that necessitate a particular change that we need, just as our governments are saying, oh, looky here, we've got the solution already. You know, it always makes me question whether a situation happened naturally or not. So I'm really hoping whatever's going on in July 2026 is coming from all of us consciously creating our future together and coming together as humans and brothers and sisters, and finding a way to balance out the Aquarian and the Leo, because to be honest, I don't think we can completely let go of the Leo. The Leo energy of us keeps us stabilized, you know, and if we go completely Aquarian, you know, we will be losing our family structures, our community structures, and we'll be going global, whether we like it or not. So, you know, I would like to see a balance. You know, I think anytime we shift dramatically, it's going to cause us lots and lots of chaos. So, yeah, I wonder how this is going to go. So that brings me to the end of my first point. In the next part of this recording, I am going to look specifically on a sign-by-sign basis and tell you more about how you might choose to survive in this exciting time. And like I said, I've got the earlier videos from 2023. Like I said, it's already a little bit dated, but there's still some interesting information there. And there's the forecast that I did back in January of 2024, and of course my Pluto through the houses. So hopefully you'll join me for the second part, and hopefully I'll catch you soon. Hey there, Aries. So this is a forecast for understanding Pluto in Aquarius for the next couple of years. So Pluto has just gone into the sign of Aquarius today on November the 19th, 2024. He's going to be there for 20 years, and we've had a couple of looks at that before. You might have noticed that there are a couple of other, well, quite a few Pluto resources that I've got in the notes below. So please also check that out. What I'm going to do in this next short reading is just give you a few ideas as to maybe strategies that might help you over the next couple of years. There's, Pluto in Aquarius, which I've explained earlier in the video. So if you want to know more about that, check that out. But there's quite a few different longer term planetary alignments and aspects that are going on, and that's really what I want to talk about, is the planetary architecture, of which Pluto in Aquarius is almost like the conductor of. Pluto is very stationary, and I see him connecting with other planets on a longer term basis, and just really want to kind of talk about that. So Pluto in Aquarius, predominantly he's here to, I think, create an opportunity for us to feel a greater sense of freedom, a greater sense of individuality, a greater sense of communion at more of an informal level. There's no airs or graces with Aquarius, as opposed to Capricorn, which is very sort of layered and very structured, with everyone having hierarchies and stuff. So, what I really see is over the next 20 years or so, Pluto in Aquarius, as it is winding through its time, is going to be encouraging us to see each other as brothers and sisters, and also to help you feel freer in that regard, to come out of this hierarchical structure of seeing life and to see everything more on a flat and even keel. Now, it is likely to bring up massive world events. Obviously, there's been lots of different social ideas, social credit and scores and this, that and the other, which I think are part and parcel of, all of humanity trying to flatten the hierarchy somewhat. But I don't think that's necessarily how it's going to play out. So here's what I think you would love to know or find useful, Aries, and that is where Pluto is in your chart, right? He is here to show you the range of your influence. He's there to show you how far and wide you can connect with people, and to show you your power that you are developing in yourself, in your connections with other people. So, you might not feel very influential at the moment, but over this next 20-year period, I think you'll find that you're slowly developing, or maybe really fast track developing, really cool social skills, like skills that are, I can't quite put my finger on it, but that are changing your world in quite a considerable way, but also connections that will change the lives of other people. So you could have so much impact, as Pluto is coming into Aquarius. Now, with everything with Pluto, there's usually something that we need to give up. And what I think you need to give up is the sense of needing to control how you are with other people. So I really see this as here to give you a naturalness with other people, to give you a confidence with other people. Now, not an indifference, no disrespect to you with an Aries energy. Sometimes, I know quite a few shy Aries, and not all Aries are, these massively overconfident people. They're quite direct, and no doubt you will feel, quite empowered at times, but not necessarily socially confident. I meet lots of Aries who actually are a bit cautious. They do have some boundaries, and they sometimes take their time. So what I'm really seeing is, there's a natural confidence, a natural connection, a natural ability to understand people across the board. And that's creating a sense of not needing to be indifferent, which is often how people hide and masquerade, maybe not feeling completely confident in themselves, or maybe not being ready to forge these relationships. So I see there's a naturalness that's developing. Now, one of the things with Pluto coming into this part of your chart is it often brings up a few problems along the way at the start. And I always think that is because of, like the fears, Pluto is a god of fears. He also brings up our insecurities. So like anything that is unconscious within you that is preventing you from developing a naturalness, a freedom, a sense of innovation, sort of something radical in the way that we communicate, etc., etc. Anything that is preventing you from doing that is going to come up from your unconscious, because Pluto dredges it up. He has this ability to do that. And so all of that stuff's going to come up to be assessed, to be understood, so that you can work from a completely different level. Now, if you're very strict with that and wanting to manage it and control it, it will really go pear-shaped. The best way that you can work with the stuff that comes up, with these what seem like threats coming into your life, is to sit with them, not take them personally, and ask yourself lots of questions. What am I afraid of here? Does this come from an earlier insecurity? And just see it as information. Don't see it as an attack. Pluto brings up our absolute darkest fears about ourselves, and especially about our capacity to be able to survive. So, Pluto in this time is going to make us really work on ourselves. Now, one of the things that's going to be happening, every couple of years, we're going to have Mars in opposition to Pluto. Now, Mars is always all the time that Pluto's in Aquarius, Mars is always going to show up in opposition every couple of years in the sign of Leo. And so when this happens, you can expect these little repeated patterns to come up again and again and again. And you might find that this is coming up, that there is this feeling of wanting to be free and sovereign in yourself, and not to have to worry about what other people think. So Mars is really showing you. So you're going to have these moments where you're really wanting to be creative and to kind of have everyone kind of mind their own business, like everyone kind of step away from, nobody gets to tell you what to do. This is your world and you're creating it, and you'll be fiercely wanting to guard that and guard your sovereignty in that. And again, this is, part of this is to go deeper into letting go of your relationships and letting go of your style within relationships, so you get freer and freer and freer. And ironically, I always think that Pluto, when he's working really well for you, raises your sort of like magnetic energy, so that you are kind of magnetically drawing situations to yourself, and, new social situations to yourself. But again, there is this feeling almost, and it might be what you're constructing in your own head, that other people are the obstacle to you doing what you want to do. So again, I would urge you to look at that. Now, during the first couple of years of Pluto going into Aquarius, Uranus is going to be in a trine to Pluto. So, they come in and out of that exact trine, in and out, in and out, in and out. But they are essentially in a harmonious situation. Now, Uranus is one of the rulers of Aquarius. So there's giving the Pluto trine an even more Aquarian kind of appeal. So, I do see that there is an even greater energy for all of humanity right now to come out of themselves, to find new ways to be liberated, to feel independent in themselves, to recognize that even though they're independent, they are part of humanity as well. I mean, that's a really difficult sort of paradox to get our heads around. Like so far, in recent times, we've been like sold the idea of all of us being individuals, but not really being connected. And then on the other foot, it sounds like, we're all part of something and have a big social contract that we all have to agree to. I think there is another more dynamic scenario coming up. And so this is again where you are coming into your own. Uranus in Gemini is going to be coming into another influential place in your chart, really speaking about how you can be influential in communities, but you will be having a new style. There is a style developing within you that is radical, surprising, chaotic, possibly on-off, possibly erratic, possibly channeled. It's very much about losing your inhibitions and losing your sense of like a need to be responsible for something or owning something. It could even be that you are having you know, an experience within a decentralized community, you know, that the way you are is very decentralized, you know, that you're doing what you want within a community, but without any ties. You know, to me, it feels like you might be one of the forerunners of, you know, practicing new ways of working together, you know, new ways of funding each other. You know, I really see like the 11th and the 3rd, and also a little bit the 2nd. You know, I don't know if you've got anything in your 2nd house, but, you know, I really see that these could be quite instrumental in things like developing new working ideas, you know, in terms of like gig economy, you know, like right now, so many people working for themselves, you know, so, you know, is there going to be some kind of new form of currency that that is community led? You know, obviously Bitcoin and crypto kind of fit in with that. Yes, this is going to be interesting. Now, Neptune is continuously at this like midpoint between Uranus and Pluto. And so this kind of radical, innovative transformation that you'll be going through over the next few years in relationship to what's going on in the world, which is like the world is going kind of batshit crazy. Neptune is also showing up very, you know, very much in your 1st house, as is Saturn. But, you know, Neptune is going to be dancing around this area for quite some time, really, I think, reminding you of the impermanence of all things, and how, you know, everything is kind of dissolving away. All those old stories are dissolving, and it's time for you to create a new story about yourself. And yet, as you go to create that story about yourself, you might then realize that's also dissolving. It's almost as if you can't quite get a grip on who the new you is. And that might be quite disturbing. And yet, actually, what I really advise, if you can be relaxed about being anyone in any situation at any time, you know, if you were to be able to think of yourself in a different way, so that you don't freak out if you don't know who you are, you know, if you can find peace in being the right person for the right thing at the right time, you know, if you can somehow trust that the right part of you arises in every moment, I think you'll be much happier, because, you know, Neptune coming, you know, into this part of your chart is really showing you that your identity is changing because of the overall world changes, you know, how the world is flipping. So yeah, I just think the way you're expressing the energy of the change that's going on right now is through a changing identity, and the fact that you might not be certain of who you are for quite some time. And that's not, I mean, that might sound really horrific, you know, because Aries are quite direct. You know, Aries are going to have some very, very big changes as Neptune comes into your sign, and also Saturn coming into your sign as well. But I also see it as part of, you know, giving yourself over to the ideals and spiritual sort of almost like ideologies, like these new sort of belief systems are coming up. And there are so many different things coming up right now that if you were to grab onto something and hold on to something as if this is the new real you, you'd have to change it all again, you know, in 2 months later or 3 months down the line. So, you know, I think if you are able to see that who I am right now is exactly who I'm meant to be right now, that would be most helpful. You know, after a while, these energies are going to slow down. They are going to start to settle and normalize, but we are going through a bit of turbulence. It's a bit like being on a plane. And if, you know, like, well, imagine like we're flying around the world on a plane right now and we've hit some turbulence, you know, in the course of a plane flight, that might just be for, say, 10, 20 minutes. And, you know, that's like 2 or 3 years over a really big span of a 20-year Pluto and Aquarius transformation. So, yeah, some big things. One of the things that I would watch out for is we are coming, like there is a culmination point, as I can see it, you know, in astrology around July of 2026. I think things are speeding up leading up to this time, and thereafter it almost feels like something changes in the world, and maybe with human consciousness, you know, there is a quickening that is coming up. You know, in mid-July, Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, and Jupiter are all going to be 4 degrees away from, like, they're all going to be at 4 degrees in their respective signs. There is going to be a quickening of energy. So all the transformations Pluto's doing is coming through quicker and affecting you, you know, in terms of the influence that you have. Neptune, you know, is helping you to tune in to the spiritual feels of who you are. You know, maybe your ability to sense has expanded exponentially, but it's going to go really, really fast. Uranus in your 3rd is absolutely, you know, going to help you to communicate what you're feeling and experiencing out to so many more people. And then Jupiter in the 5th is really going to be showing you how you can absolutely be the person you want to be, representing your creativity, your like true purpose for being here. So I really think that around July, which of 2026, so this is quite a way away, it's 18 months time. You know, this is really picking up speed. So I see the next 18 months period as being a time where we really can't anticipate what's going on, and actually where it's going to most likely affect you the most is in the sense of your identity, like, who am I? And you know, you will get beyond this. Something I would like you to just be aware of is there are going to be, like, obviously the sun is going to keep moving. The moon moves through this every month. We've got Venus, Mercury, all the planets, you know, are on the move all the time. And so there are watch points. And in the early degrees of Taurus, Leo, and Scorpio, there's a lot of stuff going on. And, you know, if you've got planets around here, you know, Pluto in Aquarius, you know, in the next couple of years is going to be really challenging what you know about yourself from these planets here. But every time the sun comes into this position, or say Venus comes into this position, or, you know, Mars comes into one of these positions, it's going to be challenging you to up level. You know, anywhere where it feels tight, it is a message that it's time for you to up level. And if you remember right at the start, I said, you know, this is about you finding a naturalness and a freedom and a liberation with people, and that you can reach out to more people faster. Maybe you are connecting to people, because obviously, you know, I'm seeing things from the technology we've got in 2024, you know, like there's a transhuman agenda, there's the Internet of Things, there's so many different things that are coming up, you know, over the next few years. Who knows where we're going to be, you know, as things are getting faster and faster. You might be part of some kind of implementation plan that is using technology and like large scale communities. I don't know, but yeah, there is a transformation, and I think you are absolutely up to the job. I think we can't possibly predict exactly how it's going to go, and you know, I also think that what is going on right now is moving humanity out of anything that we actually recognize right now. You know, we are really upgrading and changing in a fundamental way. I think, you know, in 5-10 years time, we'll look back and say, I just don't recognize, like, what were we doing all those years before? So yeah, interesting times. I hope this is helpful to you. Get in touch if you need some help, if you want some help. All of my details are below. And you might find it helpful to listen to my Pluto Through the Houses playlist, and also my other 2 Pluto and Aquarius videos, you know, that I've recorded over the last couple of years. So have a great one. Speak to you soon. Take care. And yeah, here's to Pluto and Aquarius. We're in for a wild time. Lots of love. Hey there, Taurus. So this is a survival strategy, also a bit of a pep talk about Pluto and Aquarius. It's very easy to get somber and think, oh, crikey, the god of the underworld has just changed signs. Woohoo! And so we've had a couple of tasters of Pluto going into Aquarius already in March of 2023 and obviously January 2024. I've spoken a lot about the energies in a couple of other videos. And also earlier in this video, I've really sort of expanded on it even further. You know, things have changed so much in the last couple of years that I was looking back and thinking, wow, you know, there's a lot of stuff that seems out of date here, you know, so it's funny how that happens, right? So Pluto's in Aquarius, and it's really highlighting this part of your chart, which is about achievement, recognition, and how you stand in the world. You know, like, what is your contribution? You know, what do you know about yourself? And Pluto in Aquarius is really kind of standing against the Leo energy. You know, he's in opposition to the Leo energy. And as we come into this first, you know, as Pluto goes into the sign of Aquarius, he's absolutely in an opposition with Mars in Leo. You know, this moment in time, these Mars Leo times are about standing up for yourself. You know, so currently, you know, like, how is this energy moving between now and mid 2026? You know, so 18 months, I'm just a little bit more than 18 months I'm looking at. You know, it really starts with you standing up for who you are at home. That's where the Mars energy is, even though there is this energy that is trying to get you to transform outside of the home. You know, this is an uncomfortable opposition. This opposition is, you know, really stretching your loyalties between being sovereign at home and feeling like you know where your home is, what it stands for, feeling proud of your home, etc., and being ready to defend your life as it is, whilst also wanting to have one foot in the world, a world that is changing, a world that doesn't make sense, a world that doesn't even appear to really respect home life anymore. You know, they just feel like polar opposites. Now, this is going to be a bit of a stress point for you. Every couple of years when Mars comes into this position, that kind of energy is going to come up. So you may well, you know, you might recognize it like right now. What I would say is, if you can watch using an ephemeris, if you know how to use an ephemeris, find the times when Mars and Pluto are in opposition, plot them down and see what happens over the next 4, 5, 6 years. Get really clear to it, because this pattern's going to happen for 20 years, every couple of years. So you've got 9, possibly 10 oppositions in total. You know, and these are times when your survival, it feels like your home survival, everything that you hold dear, is being challenged by the outside world and what is coming into your life through the outside world. So learn notice the patterns as they come up and get ready to practice them and refine them, so that each time it comes up, you're like, oh, it's this again. I know what to do now, you know. Speaking of difficult times, you know, the sun will come over, you know, this point at the end of July every year. You know, Venus will come over this point. You know, Mercury will come over this point. The moon comes over this point 13 times a year. So watch out for the early degrees of Leo, also the early degrees of Taurus and Scorpio, because these are creating difficult connections with Pluto, when all of the energies of Pluto are stressing you out in the outside world. You know, it feels like during these times there are greater calls on your time and your energy and your effort, and that you somehow have to prove yourself so much more, you know, and it feels like there's a dark power or a deeper power or a stronger power that just seems to overpower you. And it's like a grown-up pissing contest, you know, like, how can you stand your ground whilst you are in the world? How can you have your sovereignty in the world as you have at home? How can you step into the world and feel similarly empowered? That's the big question. So I wonder what it is that you might need to let go of, because I always think that Pluto is here to give us, he's here to help us find a liberty from the need to control our lives. He's there to show us what our true power is. And, you know, for you, over the next 20 years, you're developing a power in standing in the world. You know, you're developing a power to be seen, to be somebody who has a lot of output, somebody who gets a lot of recognition, somebody who can make waves in the world and make changes in the world, somebody with balls, you know, and And it's interesting because as Pluto comes into this point, and you might have recognized this before in early 2023 and early January 2024, you might have noticed that you were challenged somehow in your career or in your outer life. Well, those challenges, every time those challenges come up, just remind yourself, if you have the presence of mind, remind yourself, this is here to make me stronger. This is here to bring out the leader in me. This is here to help me grow as an elder, as a mentor, as a leader of men and women. This is here to make me stronger. This is here to help me create a much bigger change in the world. You know, to me, it's suggesting you have a you are a big deal. You're here to do something amazing. So that's worth holding on to. Now, other things that are going on during this time, we've got this ongoing Uranus trine to Pluto. Now, they're not completely in a trine, you know, all the time. You know, the first trine happens in 2026, but they're already in a trine, but the first exact trine is coming in 2026, and they're on and off for a couple of years. Now, the Uranus trine Pluto is about deep levels of innovation and freedom and liberty. It's kind of radical. You're, you know, expected to be transparent. There's going to be a lot of trust in technology, I think. And given that these two are really working the money in the career, and your kind of career power, your sort of career charisma, you could say, I think this could create some very exciting change in terms of how much you're likely to work and earn, how wealthy you become, and almost that, you know, if you're working in new radical technologies, if you're working in a way that helps to free mankind up. Now, it could be on anything that is here. You know, earlier in this show, I was talking about education, the environment, technology, healthcare, banking. You know, this is like this is going to be working us on so many different levels, but there's going to need to be some infrastructure to help us transition, you know, as a group. So anything that you're doing right now that is helping to bring in a feeling of liberty, but also understanding, you know, not independence and rebelliousness for independence and rebellious sake. You know, how can you really help people? How can you reach people? I think that's a really, really big clue as to how successful you're going to be. Now, you know, Uranus coming through this can show some really big ups and some big downs. So it is worth, you know, however you are managing your finances and the money that's coming in, and also transforming through your career, I think it's also worth understanding that there may be some rainy days. So if you are able to prepare or create a contingency for yourself, you know, so that you've just got a little bit of comfort in places, I think that would be good. That's not to say you're not going to have outrageous lifts in fortune. I really do think that this particular trine here in your chart is going to be lifting you up exponentially. But a lot of it is about how ready you are to let go of your controls. You know, Pluto is reminding you that you are a powerful person here to do powerful things. But if you're trying to control your future tightly, it is likely to backfire, you know, because it's showing that you're a smaller person. You know, how you can let go of your own restraints is an indication of how much trust you have in yourself. So, you know, really go into self-trust. And I think you will have some meteoric rises up. Now, the midpoint between Pluto and Uranus is Neptune. And Neptune is really in this part here, bringing in a sense of absolute a rise up in your intuition, an exponential rise up in your intuition that you've never really experienced before. Your intuition, your instincts are just going to be off the scale. You may well be developing your psychic powers, your clairaudience, clairsentience, you know, all the clairs. There's so much going on. It's likely to make your dreams very, very intense, and also maybe, you know, there's a greater sense of imagination and creativity sort of birthing in you, very much in your private life, very much in your dream state. It's very meditative. you know, and subliminals, and all sorts of brain retrainments will be very, very useful to you, or could be useful if that's what you choose to do. The Pluto and Neptune trine is also expressing itself, or can be understood through this Neptune. You know, it's creating change for you at such a private level and an intuitive level that, you know, it's almost, you know, you almost can't find it. You know, it's like really at a core level. You know, what's going on is going straight into your unconscious mind. It's not like you're making these conscious decisions to do things. To me, it feels like the changes are happening, and unconsciously there are all these new things coming up in your brain, these new patterns. So this is a really strong time. It'd be fascinating to see how it all gets reflected out in your life, Taurus. You know, I do think the world is going to shift exponentially. I think it's going to change massively. You know, when I looked back at my old recordings, you know, I've recorded lots about Pluto in Aquarius already, and other Pluto support. So please do check those out on my Pluto playlist. But, you know, since 2003, in fact, I recorded some things in 2000, you know, since then, a lot of things sound almost a bit out of date, you know, because things have already changed. So I don't even know if this is going to sound really out of date in 2026. Who knows? But I do think things are coming in for a quickening. And that's where I really want to leave this on July 26th, or in July of 2026. Things are really coming into a culmination point. I think there is a massive quickening of information and skills and change going on in the world, almost so fast that we are breathless because of it. We're like, oh my goodness. It's like, it's too much that we almost have to go into running our lives instinctively rather than planning them out, because we just don't know what is coming up. We don't know how to address things in real time. We just have to be instinctual, which is more animalistic. It's more like, you know, how a bird might be, you know, you just take every moment as it comes. But that moment in time, mid-July of 2026, you've got Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, and Jupiter all exactly at 4 degrees in their own signs, all very positive outward facing signs, creating a lot of movement, very quick movement in the world. And so if you're planning something right now, something big, something big for your career, it's worth already knowing that there is a quickening coming in July of 2026. It's not to say your plans won't manifest sooner. Absolutely not. But it's worth having July 2026 almost like some massive point of release, you know, where you're planning for the unplannable, but that you've got yourself in as good a position as possible. You know, there are so many people saying we are in a time where we cannot accurately predict what's going to happen, because what's going on right now has never happened before in human history, or human recorded history that we have. So, you know, my best explanations of this is what is going on is changing how fearless you are in the world, how much power you believe you have in the world, because it's challenging how you feel at home. You know, that challenge is very, very strong and real. It's also showing you your true value in terms of how you are adding to humanity, and also your instincts are so much stronger. So I hope these are helpful little pointers to you, Taurus. Wishing you loads of luck, you know, over the next 18-month period. You know, this is a very intense time. Like I said, there's so many more resources I've got available to you. And if you want to explore some of these things I've spoken about here, I've mentioned them all at much greater length earlier in the video. So just look out for those particular chapters. All of my details are below if you want to get in touch, or even to work with me. But hopefully I'll connect in with you soon. Enjoy this new transition. Have a great one, Taurus, and speak to you soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Gemini. So this is a forecast really taking you through the first 18 months of Pluto going into the sign of Aquarius. You know, I've looked ahead, you know, 5 years, 10 years, etc. But really where my attention got pulled to was this moment in time around July 2026, when we've got Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, and also Jupiter all at 4 degrees in their respective signs, making this like cradle shape, which is eerily marked out in the sky with perfection. So what I'm going to talk about in this short overview of how to survive and thrive really with Pluto going into Aquarius, I'm going to be talking a little bit about Pluto and Aquarius, the ongoing Uranus trine to Pluto, and what it might be signifying for you according to the placements. Also be talking a little bit about Neptune and how that is expressing itself. It's right on the Uranus and Pluto midpoint, which is interesting. Also talking a bit about watch points. So if you're able to look at an ephemeris or use astro-seek.com or other similar programs, you know, you can keep a watch on when any planets go over these particular degrees. So I'll talk about that because that's worth watching out for, and I'll tell you why. And then I'm going to culminate at this area here. Also want to mention that there are Mars-Pluto oppositions. We've got one coming up on January the 3rd and one also on April the 27th in 2025. We're also right now in the middle of, you know, the Pluto-Mars oppositions. They're basically in opposition until mid-May, I would say, of 2025. These are the days when it's exact. So there's a lot to be going through. Earlier on in this video, I've spoken about all of these points in much greater detail. So if there's a particular part of it you're interested in, literally go back to that chapter. I've also created 2 other Pluto and Aquarius videos, one when it went in March 2023 and one in January 2024. They've got a lot of information there as well. And there's also a Pluto Through the Houses series. All you need to do is go to my Pluto playlist to find out more. But this could be quite a good time for a deep dive, you know, because actually where Pluto's just gone to in the sign of Aquarius, he's highlighting your 9th house, which is all about the deepest of dives. You know, the 9th house is a place of higher education, deeper education, a place of breadth, a place of curiosity, really intense curiosity. It is a place where we do intense learning. It looks at our belief systems, our political beliefs, our philosophical beliefs, our spiritual beliefs, our ability to be able to publish, broadcast, write, direct. It's such a great, an interesting place. You could get completely lost there. It's also a place that encourages the big adventure, you know, like where you might take a massive leap of faith and do something completely unusual and make a massive change. You know, having a big planet here could also signify your readiness to move to a completely different culture or a different country or a place where, you know, or do something that is very foreign to you. It's like moving out of what you already know. So I want to start from the position of the opposition to Mars. If we assume that Mars is here right now, which it is, and Pluto's here, what's really going on is, I think, you know, Mars is showing our very real desire to be the captain of our own ship. You know, Mars is showing our need to be able to understand our life, direct our life, and be central in our life, you know, really central, and know that everything is like that. You're in the middle of your life. You're in the middle of your story. Nobody's going to kind of write you out of your story. You know, so I think the feeling of sovereignty is really important right now for everybody, even if I know politically right now, lots of people have voted for more of a sovereign position, and lots of people have voted for the freedom to be themselves. Interestingly, both have a similar energy. This is, I think, about standing up to your own story, standing up for your own story within your communities, and being able to live by your own story, and having the drive to protect your own story, or to enjoy your own story with some courage and vigor. Whereas Pluto up here, Pluto in this opposition is really showing us energies and powers and outside interests that are showing us these new possibilities, and also showing us mainly sort of tempting us outside of what we know to be our true story. I really feel that Pluto up here is kind of tempting. It's almost like you've got like an angel and a devil on your shoulders, and the devil's in your ear saying, you need that big adventure. You need to do this. You need to do that. And you could be thinking it's because you're being encouraged to like have power intellectually, and you know, because learning is massive up here. You know, you might hear the words, you know, that like in your ear, that it's time to assume your power. It's time to be politically strong or religiously strong or intellectually strong, legally strong. You know, it's time to dominate these areas of extra intelligence. And really, you know, where this is coming from is it's encouraging you, it's challenging you to actually step into your power. You know, it's an invitation, but a slightly slightly difficult to understand. You know, it's almost like it's an impulse coming from the unconscious. You know, you can't quite understand where it's from. You know, like Mars here is really wanting to stand for everything that's good in your life right now and everything that's functional, and allow your story about yourself, your local story, where everything in your life you know and understand. There is like this outer challenge that's coming in, showing you how much you don't understand and daring you to dive right in. So this is a big challenge. And every 2 years, Mars is going to come into an opposition with Pluto. And so this story is going to reignite, you know, where you might not feel good enough, you might not feel knowledgeable enough, you might not feel exciting enough or politically savvy enough. You know, this is going to challenge you quite a bit. The great news is this is the worst Pluto-Mars opposition right now. And the subsequent ones are easier. You know, they're not taking place over 6 months. They're just, you know, done and dusted within like 3 to 4 weeks. So, or less than that, in fact. So, you know, this is an area of sensitivity. Yeah, so Pluto in Aquarius is creating this sense of needing to be more powerful with everything that is different in your life. So, you know, that could be from a knowledge perspective with all of those different subjects I've already mentioned, but also that you could be different in the way that you're living, in terms of, are you living abroad? Are you living in a completely different way to everybody else? How are you pushing your boundaries? How are you living the great adventure right now? Now, I also want to factor in something else, and that is that Uranus is coming into the sign of Gemini next year in July, and we'll be dancing around that point on and off before staying in Gemini. And Uranus and Pluto, they are in a trine more or less all the time. Now, they are going to be going into exact trines from 2026. But, you know, we've got the trine energy where they're both working together. So you've got this planet of independence really rearing its head in this part of your chart. And then you've got Pluto up here trying to get you to be free, and like finding the power within you to grow more, to expand more, to know more. It's encouraging you into so many different ways. And so I actually think, you know, whatever is going on right now is going to absolutely change your life, Gemini. You know, I think travel is probably quite good, because Uranus in your first could show that your body is moving, you know, and Pluto up here can really show that it's time to significantly shift and shift your perception and your knowledge. So I definitely could see a move to somewhere where you really don't know where you are, and that would create a lot of change and growth for you. But it could be that you're learning something so shocking, so deep, so new, so original, that it is shocking what you know about yourself, and your whole identity is shifting in quite a radical, quite an open, quite a free and transparent way. So like the truth and the dissemination of your truth that you have learned becomes one of the central and core parts of your personality. So I think there is something quite rebellious kind of sort of bubbling up within you that is going to get you to move in quite a considerable way. Now, Neptune is at the midpoint between these two. So Neptune is another way that you might do that. And Neptune is quite fluid. You know, there's a lot to do with spirituality, and there's a lot to do with your ideals, your ideologies. And to me, your best expression of these are through Neptune. So, you know, this is showing up in this part of your chart to do with other people, networks, like outer networks, tribes, but also ideological, yeah, like some kind of plan that you are working on with other people. To me, it's showing, you know, maybe that you're connected to people by, you know, what interests you spiritually, and that becomes a motivating factor. You know, like you might hear people talk about white hats, or you hear people talking about, you know, I don't know, I'm part of an environmental movement, or I'm a part of this movement, or something or other. And so here, what I really see is that your full power and newly acquired knowledge that is quite shocking, and is shocking you as a person and changing you as a person, is best expressed right now through, you know, through the creative tribes and groups and vision that you are creating with other people. So this is huge. This is a really big shift. And of course, you know, I do think the world is shifting, and it has exponentially, as far as I can see, since really 2020. Like, things have just gone, and it's getting faster and faster, and it's going up on a graph if we're looking. You know, I think it's going to get faster and faster. I think the rate of change that we're going through right now is immense. And so I just see you very intensely learning about new things, and that you're very involved with friends in quite an interesting way. Now, one of the biggest points, you know, and this is the point where I'm really stopping the forecast and going up to July 2026, and that is when I really see that these changes are starting to really come into their own. So Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, and Jupiter are all at 4 degrees, all working together. You know, and I've put some words about these. You know, I've referred to a particular website, you know, talking about Uranus trine Pluto, and also Neptune exactly sextile Pluto. You know, these are big aspects, and they don't come in very often. Exactly, you know, they are once in a blue moon kind of energies. So there is a significant shift we're going to be going through, and this is also your significant shift as well. So, you know, like, yes, I do think the outer world is changing, but what is changing within you, and how can you ride this? What I would say is your ability to be flexible, your ability to not be so tied on your identity is going to be one of the saving graces for you. Sure, there's a very sort of intense and rebellious side to you coming in, especially as we come into, say, July of 2025, but you'll be really sort of feeling that sort of rebelliousness and this need for more space, more fresh air, possibly more fresh water. It just feels like you need the coolness and the space and the airiness that Uranus and Gemini both offer. And so the more you can create for yourself, like that feeling of space and independence and the ability to think your own thoughts, the better off you'll be. The worst thing that could happen, I think, is that you get so tied into a world view that you start adopting other people's views, and start to that these views start to coalesce and coagulate and to become something solid. I don't think we're meant to be fully understanding how everything is due to settle. I think for the next couple of years, we're meant to be very fluid and to understand that the world is changing. We can't really get too invested in exact outcomes. I think the only outcomes that we might want to try and create and maybe hold on to are some of our own. But I would say make your outcomes smaller, more frequent, so they're stepping you through life. But if you don't meet one, you might sidestep it and you know, meet it, you know, in the following week or something. You know, don't have these massive ideas, because I just think that's going to I think you need to be able to think on your feet and be as fluid as possible. Obviously there's loads of astrologers online, and there's loads of intuition and courses teaching you intuition and how to tune into yourself. So I don't think you're going to be at loss of finding guidance. I will be working, in my usual capacity every single week, giving you the next step, and on a monthly basis as well. So this is more of, what are the overarching, a bit like, when you watch a season on Netflix, there are storylines for each episode, but there's an overall story arc for the whole season. This is what I'm talking about. This is a season's worth of information. Last point then, if you know how to use an ephemeris, watch where the moon, the sun, all the planets are anytime they're going into sort of 29 degrees of the previous sign and up to 4 degrees of the next sign, in particular Taurus, Leo and Scorpio. Know that these are times when the Pluto energy, the control energy, the feeling like we're dying energy, like part of our ego is being challenged, that energy gets so strong. So, if you see that coming up, know that there is a challenge to get a strong reaction from you. Know that that is your time to kick your shoes off, sit back with a glass of water and brainstorm. Do something that's soft and creative and allows you to open up. Don't allow yourself to be compacted during those times. These things are going to work their way out. But we are in this sort of, I'm going to say a short-term period. I know 18 months feels like a long time. And, we've already been going through lots of changes since 2020, but, this is kind of where we are. I don't think there is this kind of happy ever after where we are all continuously, twiddling our thumbs. We know exactly what we're doing every day. We know that on Friday we have fish and on Saturday we have chips. Who knows? I don't think that way of life is really here anymore. We are living in the fast lane all the time. Even if we're living in the middle of the countryside, things are changing. So, I hope this is helpful in just understanding that the world is shifting and you are also shifting, and those shifts can be really, really beautiful. They are going to be creating so much more independence for you and freedom for you, and a whole complete change of perspective, and also give you a ton of influence with other people. So this is a big time for you, Gemini. I hope this is helpful. If I can be of any help, get in touch. All of my details are below, but you take care. Enjoy this, this new taste of Pluto and Aquarius. I hope it goes really well for you. Speak to you soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Cancer. So this is your forecast all about Pluto and Aquarius, in particular an overview to take you really through the first 18 months of Pluto in this sign. Now, if you want to know a much deeper overview, if that's what you're after, about Pluto and Aquarius, about the last time it went into Aquarius and all sorts of other related issues, then please do check out the earlier part of this video and also my other videos. I did a Pluto video in 2023 in March about the death of the individual, like the overall sort of my first go at Pluto and Aquarius. Then I had another look at it again in January. Of course, during this time, you've been evolving, I've been evolving, the whole world has been evolving around. And so this is my current take. And it's not so different, but it's got new information added in. So there's a lot of information out there about how to work with the Pluto and Aquarius energies, and in particular, how to work with Pluto full stop. I've also got a playlist. If you go to my Pluto playlist, you'll be able to get a reading about having Pluto in your first house and right the way through the houses. So there's also that could be quite useful. But anyway, in this short update, what I want to talk about is Pluto and Aquarius, and how that's likely to be experienced in your life. The ongoing trine between Pluto and Uranus. Now, right now, sorry, there's Uranus here. They are moving. Both of these are kind of working together in a trine, and they have been for ages. From Capricorn to Taurus, from right now. Uranus is actually just in Taurus, but will be going into Gemini. But these guys are in a trine that is getting stronger and then weakening and then going back into trine, etc., etc. Now, the first exact trine they're going to be in is actually in 2026, but it's an on-off. But it's, you know, that sort of beneficial energy of both of these planets working together is very, very strong and very, very useful. So I'm going to be talking about that. There's also Neptune that will be changing signs between Pisces and going into Aries. That's actually going to be on the midpoint between Uranus and Pluto. So I'm going to be talking about that. And also what I want to talk about is this lineup that's coming in July of 2026. Now, why I'm sharing this is because, you know, this is, I think, a culmination point to Pluto's ingress into Aquarius. You know, to me, it feels like there is a quickening that is going on, a quickening in information, in feelings, in experience, in our evolution. It feels like there is a quickening, that we are speeding up. Life is speeding up. There's a lot of different opportunities coming up for all of us and a lot of potential change. Now, how is that quickening going to be expressed in your world? That's what I'm most interested in as I look at this particular chart. So that's really coming into its own on July 2026, or in July 2026. When I look at this chart, in fact, I actually think that from July 2026, there are some very significant changes, and our life is unlikely to be the same again. You know, to me, it feels like there is a distinct cutting of, you know, where we were and where we are, you know. So I really see that what's going on for us right now, what's going on for you right now, you know, I think it's important to understand, some of the changes that Pluto in Aquarius is bringing, but also how to handle some of the energies. You know, there are always benefits to these energies. In fact, you know, Uranus trine Pluto, I think, is a fantastic energy to be working with. It's amazing. And so how is this all turning out for you? So where I actually want to start is about the Pluto opposition, you know, with Mars. Now, we're already in an ongoing 6-month Mars-Pluto opposition. It was exact on November the 3rd. It's going to be exact again on January the 3rd, and then again on April the 27th. So if we imagine that this is Mars right now and this is Pluto, that's a good illustration of how they're showing up. They're in opposition, and Mars is really showing you how you want to be sovereign in yourself, how you want to stand for your right to earn your money, and to stand up for yourself and to feel very strong in your self-esteem. To me, it feels like there's a big challenge. There is something showing up for you right now, urging you to find the confidence in yourself and to really know yourself, really believe in yourself, and to be able to hold on to that feeling. You know, it's almost like a knowing of your value. And Pluto here, you know, when Pluto first changes into a sign or first comes over one of our planets or an angle, what I notice most is this feeling of fear or an uncertainty. It's almost like there is something else that is encouraging us. It's taking us to a deeper level. Now, you know, if I get moved on to a deeper level before I'm ready for it, I often feel quite challenged. I feel pushed. I feel completely incapable. I feel surprised. And I often put a control in straight away, you know, to try and manage my feeling of discomfort. And that's what I think goes on with Pluto coming into this part of your chart, is that there is this feeling of not being capable enough. You know, and because Pluto is in this part of your chart, which has to do with these great big life transitions, you know, it's very much about the rites of passage that you go through. It's got everything to do with birth, life, and death, and your resurrection. It's like the continuous karmic cycle. It's also got ideas about shared resources, taxes, also intimacy and sex, like all these secret subjects that nobody wants to talk about, where there's a little bit of possible shame and resentment and embarrassment and guilt. You know, it has a lot to do with our family's karma, I think, this part here. So you might find that there is a challenge coming from maybe well-meaning, I put that in bunny ears, well-meaning family members who you maybe don't experience as being well-meaning. And because of something that's going on related to them, it feels like you have to make a stand and you have to really bolster that feeling of confidence in yourself. Well, this is interesting, you know, and it could also be that it might not be a well-meaning adult, you know, like from your family group. It could be because this also has to do with other resources, shared resources in particular. It could be that there's an influence coming in from a bank or a building society or the tax office or something. Whatever this is, it's to make you stronger and to believe in yourself, believe that you can deal with it. But at first, I think it feels like a grown-up or, you know, an authority that is pushing their power on you. You know, it feels uncomfortable. Hence why Mars in these oppositions of Pluto is encouraging you to stand strong and know your value. That's the first thing that I think is important to know, because there is going to be a Mars opposition every 2 years to Pluto, and every 2 years whilst Pluto is in Aquarius, and that's going to be for the next 20 years. So you've got potentially 10 of these oppositions. Mars is going to be in the sign of Leo here, and Pluto is going to be up here. So you're going to have the same challenges coming up again and again and again every 2 years. And these are things to make you stronger. Now, you might choose to see these challenges over the next 6 months, because that's how long this opposition is taking place for. And notice your feelings and understand these feelings, notice what you're learning from them. So the next time Mars comes into this opposition, you're ready for it. And it will probably show up slightly differently, but you will have learned the skills. And that's the important thing. I think with this Pluto in Aquarius, this part of the chart is really important now. Every time, and this is the watch point for the oppositions and squares, but every time a planet goes over this point here in opposition to Pluto, it is going to create this challenge of confidence in yourself. It is asking you to stand strong in a different way. Now, it could be the moon. You might get emotional, not feel strong enough. You know, it could be the sun. It could be Venus. There's going to be all these different challenges, but the Mars one is particularly pernicious and worth watching out for and planning for. You know, these are the times that are actually going to make you stronger. Similarly, when one of these planets goes over the early degrees of Taurus and also the early degrees of Scorpio, there is another challenge. So if you know how to use an ephemeris Cancer, start looking, you know, work it out. Also, if you've got something in the early degrees of Taurus, Scorpio or Leo in your birth chart, they will also be bringing in this challenge with Pluto right now. And this challenge is to be stronger in yourself, to appreciate the strength that you've got, appreciate your true value, really know it, and know it so much that you don't have to prove it, because that's the real proof that you don't, like, if you really know your value, you no longer have to prove it. And if you're stuck in a cycle of trying to prove your value over and over and over again, it's because you haven't learned your true value yet. So that might actually be, in a nutshell, what you need to know. So that's the first thing really about Pluto in Aquarius. Now, you know, Pluto in Aquarius is bringing up these power issues for you so that you stand in your power, absolutely knowing who you are. You're not susceptible to guilt, like people throwing guilt at you, or you know, you're not going to be a guilt catcher. This is about you understanding resentments, what other people are expecting of you that you might not actually agree with. This is really getting you, I think, on almost like a superhuman boundary issue. You know, it's going to teach you how to know exactly what's yours, what's projected, and what you need to work on and what you don't. I think it's going to help you clear a load of shame, blame, guilt, and anger. I think it's going to be very, very powerful. But usually these powerful transformations don't just happen without a trigger. And so that's the thing. Anywhere where you're being triggered right now, feeling ashamed, blamed, guilty about something, resented about something, know that this is a trigger that is here to show you how you can be better than this, how you don't need to be pulled into the story anymore. You just need to know yourself, trust yourself, and be yourself, and you'll be okay. So, you know, this is really important. Now, the Uranus trine Pluto is interesting. So Uranus is also coming into this part of your chart, which is interesting because you've got Pluto in your 8th and Gemini will be in your 12th. Now, these two, sorry, I think I slightly frowned as I said this. These two planets, slow moving planets, are in your 2 of your 3 psychic houses. And these are houses where we are sometimes a lot more private, a lot more, we feel things a lot more personally. They work at a much deeper level in our psyche. They're not so easy to interpret because they're not outside of us, playing out for us to completely see and be able to touch and taste and experience. They're happening inside our heads. They're happening in our reactions, our triggers, the things that people are saying to us and sharing with us. They are also creating a much deeper sense of intuition and all sorts of extrasensory perceptions. So this is really quite incredible. However, if you're not prepared to be extra psychic and have extra perceptions, this could also bring up a period of time where you're feeling quite uncertain. So, you know, that's the next thing I really want you to know, is that it's time to be like prepared for the unexpected. You know, as a Cancerian, somebody with a sort of strong Cancerian energy, you are naturally very sensitive, you know, hypersensitive, it could be said. But, you know, the intuition and the abilities, those hunches, those, you know, all of that, you know, as it comes on, it can be very, very confusing. You might not know if you can trust yourself. You might be wondering where this is all coming from. So I would absolutely recommend it's time to look for a mentor or find somebody who's been through a similar process, you know, somebody who maybe has gone through a sudden awakening, or, you know, find somebody that you trust, who you believe is completely straight with themselves, you know, that they have absolute cast iron belief in themselves, and also somebody who can normalize it all. Because all the time, these new skills feel exciting and slightly dangerous and slightly confusing and slightly this, that, and the other. It will be played out in your mind as something really, really special. And actually, the truth is, with intuition and psychic awareness and stuff, you know, the more it's made into a special thing, the more it can become a problem, I think. The sooner you can sort of integrate it and recognize that it's part of the new you, the shifted you, you know, it's less of a problem, you know, because, you know, like, I guess once we make a big deal about something, it then becomes part of your new identity, and then people have reactions to it, and that's hard. Whereas if you can kind of think, okay, this is a new part of me, don't need to talk about it too much. I just need to enjoy it, experience it, experiment with it, learn what I'm learning, know what I'm knowing, and get clear with it. You know, so I think you may well be coming in the next 18 months as part of an overview, not as your everyday experience, but like as a storyline arc for the next 18 months or so. I think you may be sort of becoming a little bit more introverted, you know, so that you can tune in more to what is coming up, you know. And so you might be feeling a bit more tired when you're in the company of very loud people, very strong people that are trying to draw you into these strong stories, when actually what you want to do is come into your own space and ask yourself, well, what did that mean to me? How do I feel in my body? Where am I feeling it in my body? Is there a color? Is there a sense? You know, all of these different things, all of the ways that you're able to describe these experiences, you'll start to learn what each of these things means. You'll start to learn the language of your own intuition. So I think this is excellent. I think this could be really, really helpful. But like I say, if it's confusing, if it's difficult to navigate, then please do make sure you've got a coach or somebody that you trust that can guide you through this whole thing and help you calm it, and breathe through it, you know, and take it step by step. Now, Neptune's an interesting one because obviously Neptune is also highly sensitive. Neptune feels everything and is also deeply, deeply creative. Neptune really shows us where we are going through a big ideology shift. And Neptune can also show us, you know, how we are kind of dissolving one identity and coming into a new form of identity. So it's very personal how this happens. But Neptune is going to be on the midpoint between Uranus and Pluto, really showing that, you know, maybe one of the ways that you're going to experience your shifting abilities and make sense of your abilities believe it or not, it might not seem right at the moment, but it could very well be for you, is through Neptune and in your career. You know, like this 10th house is very much about your career, your outer personality, how you stand in the world, what you're known for, what you're recognized for. So it could be that the changes that are coming up for you at the moment are priming you for a new kind of life, a new kind of living. So it might be that your skills coming in right now and how you're working through them are giving you a blueprint for life, a whole new way of being. Now, you know, Neptune also shows how you're dissolving your current profile and your current way of being seen. It's showing a lot of fluidity. And it might be that you're known for your fluidity, which could be quite interesting as well. So this, you know, these are some clues as to some of the changes that you're likely to go through. As you know, like 2025 is an immense year, and I do talk about the big changes earlier on this video. It's worth checking that out, actually. But, you know, between now and July of 2026, all of these planets, so we've got Pluto, we've also got Neptune, we've also got Uranus, they're all going to be at 4 degrees in the month of 2026. They're all going to be in these very, very tight alignments. So this exact trine, this exact sextile. And there's also going to be an exact opposition to Jupiter. So there are these 4 planets, a fairly, like one of them is faster than the others, but, you know, they are all very slow moving. They're all very much creating a new generation, a new way of being. And I think there is a massive quickening coming in, and around July 2026, things are going to get supercharged. So I don't know what's going on in the world there, but I really see there's some massive changes. You know, the exact trines between Uranus and Pluto, they happen once in a blue moon. Like, I think the last time was in the 1920s off the top of my head. You know, the sextile to Pluto, the exact sextile, again, doesn't happen very often at all. So, you know, these are very, very rare events. And then to have Jupiter also lining up to Uranus and Neptune and in an opposition to Pluto is setting it all off. So this is a potential tinderbox. This is a time when there is a huge change going on, like one that we cannot turn back from. So it just feels really, really immense. Now, I think of that in the terms of human consciousness. You know, is what we're going through right now a quickening to a change in human consciousness? I kind of hope so. But whatever is going on is, you know, we are all adding into that collective energy, you know, we are all feeling into everyone else's energy, and we're all reacting because of it. And, you know, if you pay attention to what's going on outside yourself, which, you know, you might choose to do. In fact, you know, it might be better if you don't sometimes, but like if you're aware of what's going on in the world, that will really, really sway you. So, you know, it's an uncomfortable time, I think, between now and 2026. I don't necessarily think it's an uncomfortable time all the time. I think there's some really great things that are happening. There's some great changes, lots of new things that you're learning about yourself, learning about other people, and how we are all interrelating. You know, I think it's a real sort of upward journey. I don't think it's a bad journey, but I do think there's going to be some significant shocks, you know, that really help all of our changing personalities kind of come together. So whatever is going on around July 2026 is big, and it could absolutely have something to do with your career, where Jupiter is at that time in your second house, to do with money. It's really well placed for you, in particular with Neptune and Jupiter across your 10th and 2nd is really, really beneficial. So I think the more you can clear out family shame, blame, guilt and anger, all those insecurities, and work on your mind in the meantime, I think you are absolutely setting yourself up for a very rigorous, exciting and important role come 2026. So I'm going to leave that there. I hope that's helpful for you, Cancer. I hope that's given you a sort of taster of what might be coming up as a kind of storyline arc in your life right now. If I can be of any help, just get in touch. All my details are below. But wishing you a great and safe kind of passage into the Pluto Aquarius energy. And hopefully I'll catch up with you real soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Leo. So Pluto is in Aquarius, and that's your opposite sign. It's an interesting one because I really think Pluto in Aquarius is really trying to destroy everything that Pluto in Leo did. And of course, you know, I don't know, who your Pluto and Leo relatives are, but they are basically the boomers. They might be your parents, they might be your grandparents, they might even be your great grandparents, or you might be a boomer yourself, you know. So right now, it feels like everything going on in the world is there to destroy everything that your generation or that generation of your loved one has put in place to safeguard. You know, so the themes of Leo are really, really strong in as much as it feels like the world is moving away from them. So let's just focus on some of the Leo energy. So being central in your life, that feeling of you're at the center of your story, you're proud of what you've achieved, you're proud of your skills that you've attained, the experience, you know, you're proud of your children. Actually, no, I don't always hear that from children of boomers, I have to say, but the idea that, you know, your home is your castle, like the whole idea of the family, the tight-knit family, like the white picket fence ideas and the job for life kind of thing, you know, that is almost all but disappeared almost pretty much everywhere. It just doesn't seem to be a value that like today's modern people, or, you know, the people running our world, like require or respect. And so it does feel like there has been an attack on the family values, or possibly the values that you've held dear or that are part of your personality, like this idea of like growing your little tribe and having your little home, having your castle, being important in your own right. It feels like with Pluto in Aquarius, it feels like everything is much more celebrated when it's broken down into its itty bitty parts, where nobody belongs anywhere. And yet we all belong to each other, which is very, very different to we belong together. And we live in this community where we belong in, you know, like this kind of hierarchy of belonging, whereas Pluto in Aquarius seems to be kind of breaking that down with a massive sledgehammer. So, you know, it's an interesting one for you. This is a new 20-year cycle. And what I'm going to do in this forecast for you is try to show you how this could be brilliant for you, how this could help you, how this could inspire you. What are you learning through this? You know, it's not always going to be pain and misery, you know, and Pluto does show us where there's a bit of pain and misery for sure, but I see some really exciting opportunities as well. So where I want to start now, and I'm starting here now, is just because Mars is going through your first house. And so right now I'm going to call this dot here, it's Mars for now. But every 2 years, Mars and Pluto go in opposition, and they create a very strong kind of survival complex or conflict that is going on for us. And every single Mars-Pluto opposition that happens whilst Pluto is in Aquarius is always going to be countered in the sign of Leo. So Mars is always going to be here, Pluto's always going to be here when they're in a opposition for the next 20 years, not continuously, like every 2 years this will show up. So there is likely to be this core wound or fight or conflict that comes up for you when Mars is in opposition to Pluto. Now, if you know how to use an ephemeris, and I absolutely recommend that you do get to grips with one if you don't know how to use them, or if you know how to search, type into your search engine, give me the dates of when Mars and Pluto are in opposition for the next 20 years. That will give you all the dates that you need. But that is really important intel, because with Mars here, there's this feeling of survival, this need to survive, because it feels like the world is attacking you. It feels like there is an attack against you and everything that is held dear, almost like it's a personal attack, like it almost might be a physical attack, that it might come in your body. So it's worth checking out your health during these oppositions. Make sure you're already healthy going into them. Make sure you're already strong going into them. Like Mars coming into your first house really should be a sign of recovery. You know, when you're coming into your sense of who you are and what you stand for. The first house here and the sign of Leo for you is where you have your boundaries. And so it feels like you're having to assert your boundaries a lot, because it feels like there is something on the outside trying to steal from you, remove essentially who you are. So this feels very, very strong. So my first piece of advice is get used to this feeling, plan for when it's coming up. Notice every time you feel like this conflict is coming up, and work out, you know, what's really happening, what's being triggered in me, how much of this is ancestral, how much of it is actually real. Like, don't take it too personally. Depersonalize it as soon as you can. See it as information. See that, you know, there is a boundary breach, and learn something from it. You know, watch what happened. And if you can see that there's a certain type of person, a certain type of strong person coming from this part, which is about relationships, you can watch out for it in subsequent oppositions. And actually what this will do is condition you to be able to get your needs met whilst being in relationships to other people, which I think is one of the key challenges of having Pluto going through this part of your chart, which is all about your relationships. So it's your relationship to self, but your relationship to everyone else, and also their needs, to have their needs met whilst you are able to function and have your needs met. Now, this may well also bring in a lot of bossy people into your life. You know, wherever Pluto comes in, there's always bossy people. And for you, you may find that there are bossy, very strong people, possibly partners coming in. Now, again, that sounds that doesn't necessarily sound very attractive, does it? However, this could actually bring in a magnetic and strong person into your life, and they might be just who you need. I mean, they might not be. It can also bring in really sort of power hungry people. But what I want you to know is it doesn't have to always be like that. You might accept, you know, you might recognize that there are strong people coming into your life, only coming in until you learn to be able to deal with them. And thereafter, you get magnetic people, powerful people, but not people who are going to overpower you, because you've already learned how to stand strong in yourself. So, you know, this is going to open up your relationships in a magnificent way. I love this, but it might not always be that comfortable. Now, Uranus is going to be in a trine with Pluto. It's already in a trine, not an exact trine. That's coming in 2026. But Uranus and Pluto in a trine is really giving us ideas on how we can be innovative, radical, how we can open ourselves up to greater sense of independence, freedom, openness, truth, and transparency. You know, I don't think necessarily it's an easy thing to go into, but the outer world right now is, I think, requiring us to be a lot more open, a lot more free, and to value truth and value the transparency. I think things are going to get very decentralized, and you know, decentralization, you know, can on one hand sound really horrific, and then on the other hand it can sound quite helpful, because, you know, like with Bitcoin and stuff, everybody can see what's going on, you know, like, you know, you don't have to suffer in silence. You know, things are, you know, it's almost like there is a record of everything. But again, all of these things can work for or against you, but we are coming into a time where everything is going to be a lot more transparent. And we are going to need to be transparent. We're going to need to be very open and free and spontaneous to be able to make the most of these transformations. Now, this is, I think, also not just going to affect your relationships, like your personal, like loving relationships, but also your close friendships, you know, because Uranus is also going through the 11th house. So what I would say is, you know, you're coming into a time, especially in these early years, you know, between now and July, there is a tendency for exciting, strong people to come into your life. You know, so powerful people, magnetic people in your personal life, and then exciting, spontaneous, high levels of consciousness, or very free and liberated people also coming in through your outer spheres, through your friends and friends of friends of friends. You know, to me, it feels like you've got this ability to have a much wider net of people. It's like you're connected exponentially to very eclectic people who are going to be expanding your experience, because they're expanded. And then powerful people extending you into greater levels of power for yourself because it rubs off on you, you know. Now, Neptune is at the midpoint between Uranus and Pluto all of this time, you know, not exactly, but kind of like coming onto it and coming off it all the time. So Neptune is a key figure in translating all of this energy. So Neptune here, I think is showing one of the ways that you can best integrate all of this energy, all of the radical openness and innovation, the desire for freedom and spontaneity, and to raise your vibration up. I think it's very vibrational and very much into sort of different frequencies. And so Neptune is expressing itself mostly in the 9th house in the sign of Aries. You know, Neptune is here to show us how we can bring magic to the world, how there's much greater magic that we haven't yet come across. It's showing us a whole new, it's like your eyes, like there's been a veil between you and the outer world, like you haven't been able to see the full extent of the outer world. And so there are all these new riches and sensations and experiences and intuitions, I think, are brought in because your mind is opening more. So what I really see through these friendships is that your mind and your experience is uplifting. And that's obviously because of the new situations that you have socially. The more you can expand in your knowledge, so for instance, in terms of religion, spirituality, philosophy, politics, etc., all of that is going to expand. But I think it's bringing out an intuition. And eventually, I don't think you have to read a book necessarily in a conventional sense. You'll just hear a subject and have a very strong intuition about it. It's like a strong knowing what's really going on. You'll feel into it, almost like you can step into that situation and read it and, you know, and then come back. I think your life is going to get very enriched by experiencing everything that is not part of your current life. So, you know, wherever you are right now in your local community with your local friends and things, I think life is pulling you out into the ether, out on an adventure somewhere to a different culture, a different language, a whole different way of seeing the world. There is something much bigger out there for you. And I also see that your personality of like how you've been and how local maybe you were before, your personality is like dissolving into this kind of new intuitive nomad. You know, there is something very nomadic arising for you that I think is really quite marvelous and magnificent. Now, coming into July of 2026, you've got Pluto, Neptune, Uranus and Jupiter all at 4 degrees, all interacting with each other, creating much greater levels of freedom in terms of your personal body and where you want to go. Like you won't want anyone to tell you what to do or how to do it because your intuition is so strong. It's taking you where you need to be. And then like your friends and contacts and people that have influence over you, to me, it just feels like the combination of the experiences from other people and then your intuitive knowing, it's moving you exponentially into a new way. So it almost, you know, I would almost advise you not to solidify your life too much before mid-2026. Like the more you're holding on to your identity and, you know, or maybe like you start to see some changes and you think, okay, this is where I am now. Okay, this is where I am now. You might want to just give up that and just recognize that you are who you are in the moment, in the right way for you right now. And that's perfect. Because if you do that, you won't have to keep updating this idea of who you are, which is exhausting because like I know from my own self, and maybe, you know, maybe I'm projecting onto you, of course, but you know, when I have a new sense of who I am, I go into my future, I start imagining my future from this new standpoint. So, you know, I think the more you can work without having expectations, the easier life is going to get, because around July 2026, things are going to speed up exponentially. And I really can't predict what the world is going to be like. I think a lot of it is in our hands. Like the more we go into the feeling and flow of change and spirit and I would say cooperation, but not as part of a social contract. That puts the willies up me. That feels really awkward, like a social contract, like something holding you back in a social situation almost seems like an oxymoron, you know, because something social isn't holding you back. It's connecting you to people, but it's not limiting you necessarily. So that feels a bit odd, but I really think that the energies we're all going through right now are encouraging us to be naturally social, naturally open, so much so that we've got trust and truth and a knowing between each other, which means we don't need these contracts. So I don't know how it's going to go. I might just be horrifically naive. And, you know, if so, I'm holding my hand up and actually proudly having my hand up, because I think that's a much nicer way to be. But yeah, I think the more you can like value your independent thought, value your spirit, value your intuition, and kind of just go with the flow. I think that's the best way to be. Last thing I want to share with you is anytime, like if you've got planets in the early degrees of Taurus or Scorpio or Leo, they're going to be working in a stressful situation with Pluto, meaning that, you know, your Pluto journey is likely to bring up a lot at the start of Pluto in Aquarius, you know, in the first, you know, few years. You know, you'll be feeling that sense of tension between your planets or your angles and Pluto, almost like you are really being encouraged to grow up, stand up, show up and believe in yourself. Really to get into your power. You know, if you don't have planets there, that's great. But every time a planet goes into early, like say 0 to 4 degrees of Taurus, Leo and Scorpio, they will also be times when the world is challenged by control issues. So, you know, if this is something you're sensitive to, it's worth plotting it out. It's worth being aware of it. So I'm going to leave that there, Leo. I hope that's helpful to you. If I can be of further help, get in touch. Remember, I've got a whole Pluto playlist full of loads of goodies, including Pluto through the houses, all sorts. So feast in that as well. So have a good one, and hopefully I'll catch up with you soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Virgo. So in this short forecast where I'm talking about Pluto in Aquarius, actually for the third time, because I've actually recorded 2 other Pluto in Aquarius videos back in March 2023 and also January 2024, where there's a lot of detail there that you can also tap into. But in this short forecast, I'm going to be looking at the next 18 months, really the bedding in period of this Pluto in Aquarius season. And now I say season, it makes it sound like it's just 3 months, but of course this is actually a 20-year season, which by Pluto standards is a short space of time. You know, he spends a really long time orbiting through the zodiac. In this video, I'm going to be looking at the position of Pluto in Aquarius for you. I'm also going to be talking about the ongoing Uranus trine Pluto energy. You know, Uranus currently is in the sign of Taurus. By the end of this forecast, you know, Uranus is going to be at 4 degrees in the sign of Gemini. So, you know, Uranus is also sort of in a transitional space too. I'm also going to be looking at Neptune, which funnily enough, throughout all of this period, throughout the next 18 months, Neptune is pretty much on the midpoint in between Uranus and Pluto, which I think is significant. I'll also be mentioning some watch points for you. If you are somebody that can check out your own chart, you know where your planets are, what degrees they're at, then this could be quite a useful check for you. But if you don't know how to do that, but know how to use an ephemeris, I'll give you the degrees maybe to pay attention to, so that you know when these Pluto challenges are likely to come up around all of us. You know, so there's a couple of ways of looking at this. How is it going to affect you as a person according to your birth chart? But also, you know, when are people in general going to be most challenged by Pluto's new position? And then leading up to July 2026, and July 2026 is an immense time where it would appear that a lot of planets are absolutely activated at the same time. So for instance, in July 2026, Not only is the North Node changing signs into Aquarius, no less, but both Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, and Jupiter are all going to be at 4 degrees in their respective signs, making almost perfect angles to each other. So this is a time when I actually think sort of the planetary energy worldwide is going to really take off in a new, uncharted way that maybe we can't quite prepare for. You know, we might find a little bit unexpected. And so what I really see with this kind of survival strategy, or thriving strategy, actually, which I think is better to term it that way, over this next 18 months, here is how you might want to choose to use your energy. I mean, that's really the purpose of this. Where I actually want to start is with Mars and Pluto oppositions, because as Pluto comes into the sign of Aquarius, he's already in an ongoing opposition to Mars. Now, these Mars-Pluto oppositions happen every 2 years. And according to the sign that Pluto is in, you will have a series of these oppositions always in the oppositional sign. So, you know, the new pattern with Mars and Pluto is going to be throughout the polarity of Aquarius and Leo for the next 20 years. So, you know, this is going to be highlighting something in your chart that's going to be an ongoing situation. So, you know, my invitation to you is to examine what's going on right now, really examine it, so that you can get clear about it. So in the next 2 years, as it comes around again, you maybe finesse the cycle, and so on and so forth. So by the end, or maybe of like 3 oppositions in, you know, you're so adept at dealing with it that it's more showing up as an opportunity, because I do think these really strong planetary alignments can lift us up quite significantly. So this Mars-Pluto opposition, you know, I see very strongly that the Mars energy here in this part of your chart is really wanting you to understand your inner mind, your inner consciousness, to take control of the things that you might feel insecure about, might try to hide, maybe in control of the secrets that you might have. If you are feeling depressed or uneasy, you know, Mars is coming in to show you how to take control of your mental health. You know, Mars is really encouraging you to feel fortitude, you know, feel strength in yourself. So anything that you can do right now to strengthen your mind connection will be really great. It will really, really help you. And it's also, I think, a reminder that it's time to start to care for your mental health, because the next movement will be that Mars goes into Virgo, i.e. into your first house, where your physical health then takes effect. So, you know, I really see that what you're going through now is strengthening up your inner mind, so that as you come into the next part of the Mars cycle, you are stronger and that you can build yourself up even quicker than ever before. Now, what is challenging you in this is Pluto is showing up as authorities, strong people in your life who are really demanding a lot of you in terms of how you organize your life, how you stand up in the world, you know, maybe how you manage your finances, your physical health, your habits, your home, your work. You know, it's like the whole routine. And so Mars is coming up here. Pluto is coming up here and really challenging you. So, you know, when I see Pluto going into this part of the chart, I think this is a time where it feels like your the commitments that you've got to do feel exceedingly oppressive and quite heavy. You know, this is a time when it feels almost impossible to keep up with your life in the way that it is laid out currently. Now, it's interesting because wherever Pluto goes, he's showing you where you maybe are resistant to change. He's showing you that if you carry on going down the same route, you're going to get more and more tired. You'll have to exert more and more control to keep everything just so. And you'll be doing that whilst feeling more and more tired. You'll struggle to keep things together. And basically what Pluto is showing you is that there is some really deep imbalance in terms of how your life is kind of laid out right now. And it's like got diminishing returns. You know, once you get into that loop of feeling more and more tired, it's very, very difficult to keep your head above the water. It's as if you're starting to dip. And so the invitation here, whilst it feels like it's life and death, and it feels like you probably don't have the energy to be able to pick yourself up. One of the things that Pluto is suggesting is if you were to let go of some of your responsibilities, and obviously there are some responsibilities you probably can't let go of, but you could let go of how you are managing them or get other people in to do different parts. You know, Pluto here is saying if you carry on going the way you're going, you're less likely to find happiness and success from this particular route. Whereas if you let go your current strategy and start to consider other ways of doing things, in particular following the signs that life is giving you as to how you might do it, you may well end up becoming more powerful. To me, Pluto is showing you how to get into your own power, because your own power comes from knowing you are capable, not from having a flipping really long list of to-do things and thinking, oh, I've done this. And that's not really being in power. That's what Pluto is likely to show up. And of course, at the same time, you know, Mars is here saying, look, you need to look after your mental health. And if you can look after your mental health, you'll get stronger. So with this opposition, which we're already in, and then there's another 2 exact moments of this opposition on the January the 3rd and April the 27th in 2025. This is a time when you absolutely need to put yourself first in terms of your mind. So if you are feeling slightly depressed or slightly anxious, start to make some changes now. And I don't know what those changes might be, but given that, you know, the mind, I believe, is highly programmable, and that you've got the energy to take some kind of conscious initiative with this, anything from meditation, guided meditations, using I can't remember what the binaural beats and things like that. Anything that helps you get into a different mind wave, you know, so that you can synchronize the way you're thinking. You can bring in new patterns. There are so many different things that you can look up on Spotify or YouTube for free, you know, where you can listen to binaural beats or solfeggio tones and things like that. And also hypnotherapy, any kind of coaching and deep inquiry, journaling, intuition. All of those things that you can start to bring into your world, I think would really, really help. And also slowing down a little bit, you know, taking a lot more time for rest, which may seem impossible. However, it's part of your overall success plan. Now, I want to raise the energy now, because obviously Uranus is also in a trine to Pluto. Now, they've been in a trine for a long time, but not gone into the exact trine. And there's going to be a few exact trines. It's not just like a one-time event, but they are coming into a series of exact trines from 2026 as the energy perfects itself between Uranus and Pluto and Aquarius. Now, these guys, you know, when they work together, you know, Uranus is radical, it's exciting, it's about consciousness, it's a higher harmonic of Mercury. So I think it's channeled thought, telepathic thought, the internet and all things electric. And then Pluto in Aquarius, which one of the things I said earlier in this video is it could have to do with AI and all sorts of automations and changes in the way we work, etc., etc. They're working together. And so, you know, the 6th house of how you work, and then the 10th house up here of where Uranus is, of how you are seen for your work and your reputation and your career and your output, and your legacy, and, you know, the sort of gratitude that people might have for you being here. All of these are raised. So I think, you know, as you can lift yourself up, allow your mind to be a bit more fluid and a little bit calmer, and to work on the self-sabotage things that may well come up, as you're able to release some of these strong resistances that you've got as to how it has to happen, things will start to take off quite quickly. You know, Pluto and Uranus here, I think, are showing you how you can not just lift yourself up, but completely transform your career and your life and the flow of your life. And it's quite possible that things like AI and different technological supports could be one of the things that really, really helps you, so that you don't have to do everything, you know, that you could have an assistant to do things. And, you know, right now, that assistant could be a virtual assistant. You know, there are lots and lots of different ways. In fact, the more technological they are, the more new they are, futuristic they are, and also the more they are there to liberate you, the easier things get. The fact that you've got Uranus coming into this part of your chart is also suggesting that you're looking for greater levels of independence over the next couple of years, in particular, you know, within this 18-month gap. You know, Uranus is going to go into a part of your chart that brings up a lot of new thoughts for yourself, a new desire to be the real guide of how you work. You're not going to want to be working for other people. You're going to be wanting to go to the beat of your own drum. So all of this, I think, is going to really, really help and assist you. Now, the Neptune midpoint, or the midpoint, which is actually Neptune, is the midpoint of Uranus and Pluto, it's really showing you one of the ways that Pluto and Uranus's energies are going to be expressed. And so Neptune here, I think, is really showing you that there's this new way of seeing your shared investments, the shared agreements that you've made with other people, and also some of the shared values and expectations that other people might be holding over you. So for instance, I see that this part of the chart is absolutely about all the cycles of life, from birth to sort of growing up, getting older, dying, and then coming back round again, you know, the whole resurrection, you know. So it's part of a whole cycle. As such, it shows you going from one stage of life to another stage of life, almost like, you know, the caterpillar to the butterfly, and so on and so forth. So we have got this rite of passage going on. And this rite of passage, I think, is about almost not caring how other people value you, or how you are valued according to shared resources that you hold with other people. It's about finding your own space in this. You know, the 8th house often shows us what other people are holding as an expectation over you. So for instance, guilt, shame, blame, anger, resentment. And these are all things that you may or may not have agreed, maybe psychically, but you've agreed to hold. So Neptune coming in here is also, as Pluto's giving you a bit of a challenge, Neptune coming in here is going to give you a real guilty workover. You know, you're going to have to get really clear on seeing where you're holding on to guilt that maybe isn't yours, where you're holding on to all these different emotions and values based on your old programming. So again, it comes back to your programming. You know, what I really see is your true, the word I wanted to use was ascension, even though I never really use that word, but your true ascent into a new life, Virgo, I think is coming from recognizing your true value and seeing through the pretense of other people's values that they have for you, and taking a much more spiritual approach, really feeling that you know, you are completely on a new path. And again, Neptune and Mars here are absolutely creating the context for you to be absolutely in a more kind of psychic and aware state. Now, the last, there's a couple more things I want to share with you to prepare you for this next 18 months. And that is, there's a watch point, you know, so if you know in your chart that you've got things, maybe an angle or some key planets around about 0 to 4 degrees of Taurus, Leo and Scorpio, then these are real watch points, you know, because right now Pluto is going to be challenging them or activating them. Pluto's current position is showing you that you are ready for this power shift right now. And so you may well feel that it feels like there's some oppression coming in and affecting your state of mind, affecting how you get on with your everyday life. Of course, the real truth is Pluto is coming in to show you where you're resistant, which is a real gift, because when you see how like your resistance holds you back, you'll be able to move forwards quite quickly. If you don't have anything here, Virgo, then I also recommend that it's worth plotting or being aware of, say, when the sun, the moon and all the other planets come into this point here in Taurus, this point in Leo and also Scorpio, because these are going to show real crisis times, not just for you, but for everyone. You know, it's showing up as a sort of crisis energy coming up to do with power, where we're trying to control power, and also encouraging us to be out of resistance and come into flow. So these are the key phrases that I would focus on. The last thing I want to share with you is in July 2026, which, you know, up until this point, I really see that Neptune is kind of in between Pisces and Aries in a kind of will you, won't you kind of way. Saturn's also doing the same thing. You've also got Uranus in between Taurus and Gemini. And, you know, Jupiter is also moving through signs. But around July 2026, you've got this is now going to be Jupiter, by the way. So you've got Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, and Jupiter, all at 4 degrees of their signs. Now, when these two come together in an exact trine, I mean, the last time that happened was in the 1921, 1922. So a very strong political time. This happens very, very infrequently between Neptune and Pluto, really infrequently. So we've got two very powerful, very infrequent, exact aspects happening in July. And to top it off, Pluto moves exactly into opposition with Jupiter moves into opposition with Pluto, goes into a sextile with Uranus, and also a trine with Neptune. This is such a strong time. And I think anything that has already been set in motion is going to go really, really quickly. It's going to move quickly. And you know, I think this is the time where we cannot really predict what's likely to happen. This is, how can you get prepared for a time that's unpreparable, unforeseen? You know, so I think everything you can do to release your expectations, release your resistances, and to be a lot more in flow, a lot more expectant, and also come into the power of knowing that you can cope in any separate moment with what life is showing you. That's the kind of energy that this is here to show you. And if you can get there, then I think whatever is building up around July 2026 and beyond. In fact, I was talking to somebody this morning at 7 a.m. who was telling me about something else happening in May of 2026 that's also really, really significant. So I think we've got this very strong upward shifting path, you know, from early 2026 right the way through the summer. So whatever you're doing for yourself, have it in mind that you are working your way up, that things are moving, things are shifting. Take everything one step at a time. Don't overburden yourself. And the whole crux to this is stay sane. Allow yourself that space to get yourself together. And then I really do see that this is all going to come to pass in quite a beneficial way for you. So this is to move you and shake you. This is to raise your game in terms of how you're seen in the world. And you start it with that commitment to your mental health, to your spiritual health. And from there, everything grows. So I hope that's helpful for you, Virgo. Have a great sort of passage into this Pluto and Aquarius time. If I can be of any help, just get in touch. And, you know, don't forget, there are other resources. I've got a whole playlist called the Pluto playlist. Check it out if you want to look at Pluto in your own chart and get some extra guidance about it. So anyway, lots of love. I hope to see you soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Libra. So this is your forecast for the Pluto settling down energy. You know, so Pluto's just gone into Aquarius just yesterday. Finally, for the 3rd time, he's going to be there for the next 20 years. And this is my most current forecast for him. I have done 2 others, which are still current, by the way, based back in March 2023 and also January 2024. So it's a forecast there that can help you. But this, I think, is a more updated version. We've been through so many shifts since Pluto first went into Aquarius back in March 2023. So much has changed. And so this is the most up to date. In this short forecast, I really want to take you through some of the most high level and significant patterns that are showing up in relationship to your chart and also Pluto's relationship to different planetary patterns. I'm taking you from now right the way through to July 2026, so just over 18 months time. Funnily enough, it's also a time when the North Node is about to change signs again. So, you know, I'm taking you really on the journey of the next North Node pattern. So this is really quite fascinating. Now, in this, I'm going to touch on Pluto and Aquarius. I'm going to be touching on Uranus actually in a trine to Pluto. I'm going to be touching on the fact that both Uranus and Pluto, their midpoint is where Neptune is pretty much for the whole time. You know, Neptune might just go off like a degree or two, but he keeps consistently coming into that midpoint position. I'm also going to be talking about what you might want to watch out for as, you know, in terms of squares and oppositions and also stuff in your birth chart. And this is all leading up to what I see as a really big, I don't want to say changing event necessarily, but changing times that are going on around the world. So massive changing times, but also how are those massive changing times in terms of humanity likely to affect you in your life? And how can you prepare so that you're ready to surf on the waves of change rather than for a big wave to come and knock you off your surfboard? You know, it's, I think, a lot to do with timing. Now, I want to start with the real sort of current energy, and that is the Mars-Pluto opposition. So before Pluto went into Aquarius, Mars was also already in an opposition to Pluto. Now, these oppositions happen every two and a bit years. You know, these are very, very frequent. You know, Mars comes into opposition with Pluto, and there is a challenge or conflict to do with power within our psyche. You know, so the first of these oppositions, there's 3 of them, you know, because Mars is moving forwards and goes into opposition with Pluto. Then Mars goes retrograde, and on the 3rd of January, he's in opposition to Pluto. Then he goes direct again. And then on the 27th of April, Mars is in an opposition, the 3rd opposition. The last time this happened, I think, was in 1938. So again, these, that's off the top of my head, actually. I may need to double check that. I don't know if okay. Just hold that as an interesting fact. You can check yourself, but it's a really long time since this has happened. It's not common to have these 3-pronged Mars-Pluto oppositions. Now, with these, I think the Mars is always very relatable. You know, Pluto is a higher harmonic or octave of Mars. You know, so Mars is about our vitality, our virility, the masculine aspect within us, how we take action, how we defend ourselves and put boundaries in. And Pluto's a higher harmonic of it. It's showing us where we're resistant to change, where we maybe overly barricade ourselves, put in these really strong barriers that sometimes are actually not helpful. You know, Pluto also shows the lengths that we will go to get our own way. And also, I always think that when we go to these levels, ultimately we get found out, or ultimately something goes wrong, because Pluto is not here to actually celebrate you developing a mean character. Pluto is here to help you elevate and help you let go of what you're holding on to. He's really here to help you shift, so you come into your own power, so you can use the energy of Pluto to be powerful, but powerful for all the right reasons, not the wrong reasons. So yeah, Mars here is showing you that it's time to take action in terms of your friends and your networks, and also the global goals that you might be involved in. You know, whether you are fully subscribed to a global vision, or whether you are just, you know, hopeful and co-creating with the universe. That's also a collaboration. You know, Mars is really showing that it's time to be a lot more outward facing. And to take action, you know, with maybe fostering stronger relationships and things like that. The fact that Mars is here might also be suggesting that you are starting to boundary yourself from certain people. It might also be showing that you're having to take a stand, and that maybe there are some strong people coming in and trying to influence your life in a strong way. So, you know, I see you taking action in the realm of friendships, you know, like friends of friends and networks, maybe business networks, and also people that you share ideological values with. Also, in-laws, stepchildren really fit into this category as well. So this might also show where you're taking action with stepchildren, and maybe suffering with the difficulties that sometimes arise within blended families, you know, so that can really show up as an energy in its own right. Now, Pluto down here, Pluto is showing that, you know, like he's just come into this part of your chart. This is really showing that there is a challenge coming up for you in terms of what you're creating, what you are having as an idea, as a seed point, as an emotional decision, and that you want to birth. Now, that could be in terms of actually wanting to become a parent and, you know, bringing a child out into the world. You know, it really could represent that. But it's also most likely to, you know, representing your things that bring you joy, things that lift you up, things that help you be playful in love. So it can be your early relationships, your sensuous and sexual adventures, all of your hobbies, the ones that you're really creative with and that you feel a sense of love and joy and expansion with. So Pluto is here, you know. And so my question to you is, how are you feeling resistant to the things that you're creating right now? How is your insistence on wanting to create in a certain way stopping the flow of change and power coming to you? You know, so like if you've got, I have to have a baby in this particular way, or I have to have my book published in this particular way. When I do my art, it has to be under these conditions. As I'm a musician, you know, I'm not obviously, but you might be, you know, for me, this has to happen like this. And if it's not like this, I'm going to be really angry. I'm going to be really fed up because it's not pure. It's also, I think, very much about being able to protect and guard the things that you're creating. So, you know, if you're pregnant, protecting your belly. If you've got children in the world, how do you keep them protected? They're your creation. And also like your music, your books, or whatever it is that you are absolutely proud and lifted up by, that element of love and birthing that you've brought into your world. How can you protect it? You know, because once it's in the world, everyone else can judge it, interact with it, put it down. And it's really hard when things have come from you to then have something kind of pee on your chips and rain on your parade. So there's a lot of fearfulness around this. So yeah, I think Pluto here is bringing up some of your fears about your level of creativity and how far you can create. He's also showing that when you are resistant, like Pluto comes in to show you that you're closing down your options. It's making it harder for you to create what it is that you so desperately desire. So Pluto here is, I think, teaching you to be more relaxed and more in flow with the sort of generous spirit of creativity. When it comes up and it flows out, you know. So there is some learning going on there. And it may well also be that, you know, you're keeping people away with Mars up here because you don't want them to interfere. You are having your own creative process. You know, as these flows go, with Pluto in Aquarius here, this is one of the least, you know, I know all houses and areas of your chart should be kind of equal. However, I think, you know, these are sometimes a lot more resolvable than having, you know, Pluto in a different sign where it feels a lot more life and death. You know, it shouldn't feel so much like that in this part of your chart. But suffice to say, this is a challenge that's going to be coming up every couple of years. So you might want to take notes, recognize what you're learning through this opposition, and find comfort in what you learn, because this will come up every couple of years in a different way. Now, Pluto in Aquarius is also in a trine to Uranus, and Uranus, you know, ultimately is moving towards this part of your chart, which is encouraging you to throw caution to the wind and to get absolutely super adventurous, to broaden all of your horizons, to learn something, to allow learning to really change you and transform you in quite an electrifying way. You know, Uranus here is showing you that there's a much bigger picture that you've maybe not considered, that there could be some shocking information that you might be about to learn in terms of spirituality, religion, politics, philosophy, law, you know, all these big subjects. It could also show a really big interest in studying, communicating, writing, teaching, and also broadcasting, you know. So I really see that there is a content creator within you, especially seeing as you've got Pluto here in the 5th house, which is what you're birthing, and Uranus coming up here in the 9th house. You know, this is the time of the gig economy for sure. And so you might be about to do something that is going to free you up. Because you're working in a whole different way. No longer are you wanting to work in a very traditional way for somebody else. This is bringing you into a very eclectic and interesting and adventurous path where, yeah, you do need to be independent and also be ready for the challenge. You absolutely have to stand in your power. And that's one of the things that Pluto is doing for you. Now, Neptune is obviously also at the midpoint, really showing how you might best get it out. You know, how might that express itself? And Neptune coming to this part to do with partnerships, people, the public, and in terms of your relationships. So what you might be talking about, what you might be learning about, how you might be expressing this Uranus and Pluto energy is through your relationships with people, how you can make better relationships with people, how you can eliminate guilt and shame in your relationships with other people, how you can have more of a spiritual approach to partnership. So everything that is spiritual, a very Neptune thing, idealistic, and also very psychic and intuitive, and flexible in terms of relationships. That all really, really fits the picture. Also, given that Pluto in the 5th is also in quite a sexual position, that could also tie into the relationships as well. You know, it may well be that Pluto is actually bringing you a very adventurous relationship that gets expressed in a very spiritual way and possibly moves you to a completely different country. Who knows? You know, these are very, very exciting times. Now, July of 2026 is a big time. You know, so this is no longer Mars. I'm going to say this is Jupiter now. So in July of 2026, Jupiter's in opposition to Pluto, really giving you almost the way I'm seeing it in my mind's eye is like one of those rubber band things that you flick something with. You know, when you pull a rubber band back and you let it go and it catapults. A catapult, that's the word I was looking for. So I think Jupiter in opposition to Pluto can really catapult you forwards in a very powerful way if you've already let go of lots of resistances and stopped trying to hold on to things in the way that you are desiring them to. So in terms of this very strong time where all 4 of these planets, Pluto, Neptune, Uranus and Jupiter, they're all at 4 degrees in their respective signs. They're all strongly working together. I think this is a launch time par excellence for you. I will say, you know, if you've not got anything brewing around this time, you might pick up on the collective dis-ease of the world. You know, the world as these come in, I think is going to go through some very big and significant changes. I really get the feeling that the world events could absolutely rock you as it will rock everyone else. And so what I would say is develop your own fun, exciting life, develop your space, develop your independence, develop that strong sense of power in yourself so that as the world might be going crazy, it might not, it might have already, I don't know, come into a beautiful alignment. I mean, this is a time I see in July 2026 that will only really be able to get closer, you know, to understanding as it gets nearer and nearer, because, you know, there are so many potentials and possibilities with these planets right now. We've never been through a time when like the 3 outer planets have changed signs within the same 9 months of each other. Ever, not in our lifetime, not in our recorded history. So we are coming into uncharted times. And for you, I see it's the excitement of being yourself, the excitement of doing something that lifts you up and also helps to maybe bring in a greater level of partnering. That's the thing that is going to lift you up and I think keep you motivated and safe and well and feeling really strong in this new Pluto in Aquarius time. So I hope that's helpful. Last thing I would say is if you've got any planets at around 0 to 4 degrees of Taurus, Leo and Scorpio, your birth planets will be really, or angles will be pulling into the Pluto energy of this time. you know, to me, this is signifying that you are really called into action to remove resistances as soon as possible and to go into your full power. You know, so it really is a process of deep letting go and shedding. Now, if you don't have anything around those degrees, it's also worthwhile going to like going online and getting an ephemeris, doing a search for when the Sun, Mercury, Venus, and all the way through, when they go over those points. Note them down, because they are the times when the world is likely to pick up on the sort of hysteria of the change that we're going through. You know, because that's what I notice about the news and the media and celebrity and everything that is, you know, outside of us. It seems to react more in a way of hysteria than it does to really great stuff happening. Like when great stuff happens, it's crickets. Nobody wants to report on all the stuff that's going so well. But when terrible stuff is happening, that's when it all gets whipped up in a frenzy. So watch out for those dates and act accordingly. So there you go, Libra. I hope that's helpful for you. You could be very well transforming your relationships in a beautiful way. So I hope this is helpful. If I can be of any further help, then just get in touch. But wishing you a safe passage into the Pluto and Aquarius times, and hope to catch you another time real soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Scorpio. So this is a forecast for you about Pluto going into Aquarius for the next 18 months. So I guess it's a bit like Pluto and Aquarius, the settling in kind of phase. You know, how are you best going to use that new energy flow in your life? How can you survive it? Because, you know, it's my experience that these outer planets, these slower moving planets, as they transition, as they ingress into a particular sign, that it creates a change, and quite a dramatic change around the world. And obviously that has a knock-on effect on us. So that's the big question for you. Now, the other reason why, I think of this as being really quite important is because Pluto's one of your rulers. So, you know, Pluto's very important to you, dear Scorpio, of which I am. You know, I've got my ascendant in Scorpio. So how is this going to affect us is the big question. Now, in this overview, it's a short overview. I'm going to be looking at the overall meaning of Pluto in Aquarius at this time. I'm also going to pay a little bit of attention to the Mars-Pluto oppositions that are currently going on, because they are really giving us, I think, the lead in energy quite beautifully, very much describing that. I will also be talking about an ongoing Uranus trine to Pluto that's going on. And it's, you know, really they're in trine together until 2028, which is really, really good. And they're exactly in trine from 2026. We've also got Neptune, which is actually working as the midpoint between Pluto and Uranus. So that's also worth a mention. And, you know, so why did I pick 18 months, you know, from now? Well, a couple of reasons. First reason is, you know, Pluto's just going into Aquarius, you know, like he just went in yesterday. And in January, the North Node is changing out of Aries and into Pisces. In 18 months' time, we've got a very, very strong alignment with Pluto, Uranus, Jupiter, and also Neptune. And around July of 2026, the North Node will be heading out from Pisces and into the sign of Aquarius. So it's kind of funny timing. So this 18-month period feels really like an embedding of this energy. But just at the end of this 18-month period, it feels like we're about to rocket off in one particular direction or another. And as yet, I really don't know what to expect. Uranus is one of the rulers of Aquarius, and, you know, it's got a reputation for being about surprises and spontaneity. There's so many different links to Pluto and Aquarius, and AI and technology, transhumanism, all sorts of really changing things that are changing our cultures, and things are moving at quite some pace. So where this is going to go, exactly, who knows? Also, you know, Pluto's just changed signs, but, you know, we will have Neptune and Saturn and Uranus and also Jupiter changing signs. So it is a very, very busy time indeed in 2025. So, you know, I really want to sort of create the reading to support you through this whole transitional period. So I hope that's going to work for you. Before I get going, actually, let's just ask, you know, do you know where your planets are in your birth chart? If so, do you have any that are between, say, 0 and 4 degrees of the signs of Scorpio, Taurus, or Leo. Because if you do, those planets in particular over the next few years are really going to be activated. They're going to have much stronger energies. You know, they're going to be so much more relevant to you right now because of the position of Pluto, and later all these others that I've already mentioned. So, you know, the meaning of that particular planet is going to be expressed with power struggles, power to transform, to become powerful in yourself. You know, and with Uranus, there's going to be a feeling of how you can free those planets up to find greater freedom. So there's a whole heap of things going on. Now, if you don't have anything there, you know, don't worry. It's not a test. You don't win or lose. But what I would also recommend is, if you don't already know how to use an ephemeris, to learn how to use an ephemeris. That it's really, really simple, and you can go online and look for an online planetary ephemeris for, say, 2025 or 2026. I think it would be worthwhile keeping an eye on when any planet goes through 0 to 4 degrees of Scorpio, Taurus, and Leo, because when planets are going through that space, they are going to be going into a kind of transactional mode, a square mode with Pluto, and they will be a lot more passionate, a lot more powerful, controlling, possibly manipulative, possibly aggressive. You know, things are going to heat up quite quickly. So it would be, especially if, you know, you're managing your own business, or if you like really got a busy, you know, life, it would be especially useful to watch those like intense days, especially if one of those intense days happens to be a new moon or a full moon or eclipse, a solstice or an equinox. You know, it's worth just staying ahead. So that's that one off the list. Anyway, let's get started. So Mars and Pluto oppositions. Yeah, why am I mentioning that? Well, Mars and Pluto go into an opposition every 2 years, more or less. Now, whatever sign Pluto is in, last time it was Capricorn, and he was there for 15 years. Now he's in Aquarius, and he's going to be there for 20 years. Now, that means every time there is a Mars opposition to Pluto, it's always going to be in the sign of Leo. So there's a very strong new set of future, like current and future, oppositions coming between Mars and Pluto. Now, these particular oppositions are super, super strong for Scorpios, because the other ruler of Scorpio is, of course, Mars. So you've got your two rulers, Mars and Pluto, in opposition. And for anyone with a strong Scorpio energy, that is going to feel like you're going to be ripped apart a little bit, almost like, which side of things do I focus on? You know, both Mars and Pluto are highly focused, highly energized, really wanting to create some kind of action or movement or change. You know, Mars in particular, I think of as being a terrestrial version of the male principle. You know, so with Mars, we take action, we are sovereign. This is where Mars is right now, by the way. You know, we take action, especially in the sign of Leo. We are sovereign. We're wanting to create some boundaries if we need them. We make a stand for ourselves. We stand strong. We maybe declare what's important to us. We might be seen as assertive. We might be seen as aggressive. But Mars is, you know, he's the god of war, and he is very much the male principle. So I really think of survival and thrival as part of this conundrum. Now, Pluto in opposition is showing you how there are outside forces that are bringing power situations to you that are making it feel like you cannot be strong, almost like there is something outside of yourself challenging you to a duel or challenging you to stand up stronger, challenging you in some way that makes you feel uncomfortable. So it's really worth bearing that in mind, because obviously this is a pattern that's going to repeat every 2 years for the next 20 years. That's at least 10. And you've got the chance to practice them, you know, practice them the first time, practice them now, and see what happens, and recognize when the next one comes along, and the next one, and the next one, and you'll stop feeling challenged by it, and actually you'll start to think, this is that really strong, potent time. this is my cue to do A, B, C, or D. You know, this is really quite helpful information once you've got the coding right, once you understand how you react. Now, the beauty of this time, and I say it kind of tongue in cheek because not many people are that happy that Mars and Pluto are currently in opposition for 6 months, more or less. You know, Mars and Pluto went into opposition towards the end of October, and then they were in a full opposition on November the 3rd, right before the election. Then they're in a full opposition on January the 3rd, and then again for the last time, April 27th. So it's a really long time. But, you know, what we're doing right now, what you're doing right now is seeing where you're feeling threatened, where your survival is feeling threatened, where you're feeling challenged, where you're maybe feeling a little bit like you don't quite have the energy to fulfill everything that you're hoping to do. Maybe you've bitten off more than you can chew. I know I do things like that myself. So, you know, how are you challenging yourself? So for me, I might say, oh, this is the time where I might overcommit, or this might be the time when I set myself a really big goal, you know? So, you know, watch what you're doing. Now, one of the reasons why I think it's extra important for you is because this is showing up around your 4th and your 10th houses. So like your 10th house, Mars is showing up in that part of your career, in that part of your striving, your energy, your ambition to achieve more and to be better, to grow. This is absolutely a time when you have a really strong desire to overcome your self-sabotage and achieve more and be recognized more and be seen more. You know, this is a time when you could get very, very visual, or like be in the eyes of other people. And then Pluto in this part of the home, you know, is absolutely showing, you know, where you might feel the challenges coming from home. Maybe there's somebody at home, somebody quite powerful at home, maybe a parent, an in-law, your partner, saying, why are you working so much? It's doing this, 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 and this. So it's quite a strong challenge, and one that is, you know, is likely to bring up a lot of yeah, a lot of irritation. Now, wherever Pluto shows up, and you know, Pluto can show up as a strong person around you, in particular one that is almost quashing your level of power. It is really showing you how you need to stand firmer in yourself. Now, you might, like, the first thing that happens with Pluto is we put in controls so that we don't have to face our fear, that we don't have to manage that thing. We kind of control it with a very clever little action or idea or rule or whatever. But of course, when we're controlling our life, we're not really living our life freely. And Pluto is wanting you to be free and powerful, not like trapped and powerful. You know, he's wanting you to feel completely solid in yourself. And so, yeah, wherever you're controlling and holding on for dear life, holding on to your patterns, Pluto is going to challenge you. Really what he's saying is, like, let go of the safety defenses, let go of those things, because actually what they're doing is holding you back. They are holding you in a pattern from which you can't outgrow. And actually, if you were to let go, you would be signaling something very strong to the world. And that is, I am here. I have arrived. I am in my space. You know, so it is a real strong, I am here. I am here. So yeah, I think Pluto here is challenging you, and you might hear the voices of your parents or the voice of the past. You might be in this position, you know, with Pluto down here, you might be reminded of your weaknesses in the past, just as you're trying to achieve a big goal in your present and also in your future, you know, in your very public career. So yeah, this is a big sort of moment for you right now. So observe this over the next couple of oppositions and see what you can already deduce as an ongoing pattern. Really worth doing that. Now, Pluto is also going to be bringing in quite a lot of technology, lots of new ideas, in particular with AI, because he's in the sign of Aquarius, which is absolutely about awareness and consciousness. So connections are going to be changing. In the 4th house, he's also maybe transforming the way you are as a family unit. Like, what does your family need to know right now? What is your family learning about your connection and your relationship? Are you in sync with each other's views and ideas on life or not? You know, you may well find that you're very, very different fundamentally. Pluto is also showing us how we can experience greater levels of freedom in the sign of Aquarius, and also how we can experience, I think, a flatter kind of energy, you know, so it's not so hierarchical. So maybe, you know, your family structure is changing, but that everyone has kind of an equal rank, you know. So I really do think there's some big transformations. To know more about that, I would listen to earlier in this video in particular, where I really talk about how Pluto in Aquarius has been historically and how it is now. But I also mentioned that I've recorded 2 other Pluto in Aquarius videos right back from when it first went into Aquarius in March 2023 and also in January 2024. So there's a lot of information out there that could be quite useful. Now, one of the things I like about this bedding in period is that, you know, Uranus is trine Pluto for the whole of this bedding in period and beyond, you know. So yes, we've got this, it's already in a trine, they're already like more or less 120 degrees away from each other, but at 2026 they're going to be exactly in a trine, which is very strong. Now, these are times that don't come up very often. The last time the Uranus Pluto trine came up was in 2021, 2022. Long time ago, and a time of massive political change. And, you know, obviously there are very strong themes of war in around that time. So this is very transformational. It's trying to change us, I think, very much from the last time they were both in a trine back in, you know, the 1920s, when they were in water signs and everything was very emotional. Now we're coming into a new way of functioning in our bodies. We're meant to be, I think, a bit more rational, a little bit more technological, a little bit more digital, and less flesh and blood, you know. Now, that might not appeal to you. To be honest, it doesn't appeal to me either. But, you know, we can probably see how life is changing somewhat on the outer world. And at some point it will kind of wind its way in, you know. So how can you use technology? How can you use things to liberate some of your time, to free you up to experience a greater understanding of things? You know, the last time Pluto went into Aquarius was the time of the Industrial Revolution. Now this is the technological revolution, or the AI revolution. I think that we're coming into the internet revolution that is going to free us up even more. So we've got more time to be able to pursue what we're really passionate about. And so Pluto here in a trine to Uranus, I think, is getting to the core of really who you are. Uranus here is a little bit disruptive, I have to say, but the 8th house is intuitive. It's taking you on a path. It's taking you on a rite of passage from one stage of life to another stage of life. That stage of life change could be quite quick as you go through it. It's also possibly bringing up, you know, historical trauma with family, or your partner's family, like your married family, if you have a married family. So in-laws definitely sort of come into that space. In particular, things where you're sharing resources can cause an almighty stink. So it's kind of interesting that, you know, Uranian technology, which can be to change the way you're thinking, change the way you're using your mind, your intuition. I think it could change the way you're reacting to things like guilt, shame, blame, anger, resentment. You know, there might be mind technologies that you can use. There might be really great, I mean, now online coaching is everywhere, you know, and you can download different binaural beats and things like that to heal your mind and put you into a relaxation state. You know, this, I think, is really helping you to create a change in your family. Again, you might not feel predisposed to that, and yet the rest of the world is kind of changing around us. It's not to say that you have to change in the same way, not at all. But how can you find a greater level of freedom, a greater level of transparency at home to free your family of historic shame, blame, guilt, anger, etc., etc. So I really do think the family jewels are going to be rearranged somewhat during this time, but also that some of the darker elements of Pluto and Neptune going through the 4th and the 8th signs, you know, the 4th and the 8th houses, which are really personal, slightly quagmire at times. You know, they can get very loaded with other people's business, let's say. yeah, this is creating a clearing in your family line. And I think I'm quite excited about that. Now, if you're working as someone like a stay-at-home psychologist, or, you know, somebody who's working with people's minds, psychiatry, or if you're coaching people on things like birth, life and death, because, you know, the 8th house is all about all the cycles of life, not just the here and now. You know, this will actually be very sort of beneficial to your career, because, you know, the right themes are showing up for you. You know, that's kind of helpful. Now, Neptune is the midpoint for these two, more or less, pretty much for the next 18 months. And where Neptune is showing up is also showing another possible way that you might be expressing this energy. What occurs to me is, like Neptune in the 6th house, I see that as bringing a greater sense of idealism and spirituality to your home, like a new way of being at home, a way that's, you know, maybe more magical, more comforting, maybe more aligned to things like unconditional love and connection and oneness. So it may well be that the way you're rearranging your life, you know, in terms of all of your habits, your routines, how you manage your home, your work, your health, etc., I think you're going to go more magical with these areas at this time. So again, that could also really help you. You might also find that you're working in a more magical and creative way. So, you know, this is, I think, changing the way your energy system is running. Now, I've already mentioned about the watch point of oppositions and squares. So the last thing I want to cover is July 2026, and possibly how you might prepare for that, and also maybe what's going on. You know, it's difficult to talk about this time because we've never been in an astrological time like this ever in our lifetime, in our recorded history. It's just not there. So, you know, we are trying to work out how to interpret the unplannable, the uninterpretable, if that's the word. It's not, is it? But anyway, around July 2026, Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, and this is now Jupiter, are all at 4 degrees in their respective signs. So there's an exact opposition between Jupiter and Pluto, blowing up everything to do with control at home, like really changing controls at home, and really about you accepting being a powerful person. Now, being powerful doesn't mean say you're a bully, but it means that you know who you are and you know what you're about. You're in a deep level of authenticity. I mean, this is huge. So you know who you are. Yeah, Pluto and Uranus are exactly trine. So whatever changes at home you're trying to bring in particular to the greater family around you, then that can happen quite quickly, possibly too quickly. It might feel almost a bit traumatic, you know, like one part of your life is cutting off and a new part of your life is kind of slipping in. Then there's also this exact sextile to Neptune. Now, Pluto and Neptune have always been sextile in our lifetime, and yet this is a time of an exact sextile. Now, they don't come around very often either, and historically I think they correspond with times when things change very, very quickly, in particular where we have idealism and religion. So there's a real big spiritual, religious sort of transformation going on. So there's a hell of a lot going on. And also, you know, Neptune and Jupiter working together, absolutely encouraging the energy of religious expression and faith in general altogether. So this is a time when we have faith, we can develop faith, we probably need faith because there are some massive changes going on, you know, big, deep transformations, cutting us off from the past, you know. And as I look out into the world, I just think whatever we're going through right now in 2024, November 2024, I think it's building up, and it will have a knock-on effect. And I suspect it will be part of the ongoing theme until around July 2026. And then I think around that time, boom, there is a whole new ball game. Now, again, I don't know exactly why I'm saying that, but to me, it feels like the past falls away somewhat and we step into a new future. So, and again, please excuse me for sounding sort of dramatic. You know, if anything, I'm dramatic and excited. You know, I think this is an opportunity for us. And yeah, I don't think many opportunities come around without a little bit of scrabbling around in the dirt sometimes, and, you know, rolling, like falling over, getting knocked down, getting back up again, you know, dusting ourselves off. I really think, you know, we are in an active learning phase. And so Scorpio, I know you're up to this. I really do, because you're actually really good at looking at your darkness, really looking at it and understanding what might need to shift and how you might do that. So wishing you a really safe journey into the Pluto issues, Pluto and Aquarius. Have a great you know, new sort of energy reset with this. And if I can be of any help, just get in touch. But anyway, I hope to catch up with you real soon. Take care. Bye for now. Hey, Sagittarius. So this is a Pluto and Aquarius kind of settling in, embedding forecast. Now, I don't think I've ever done an embedding forecast. I don't even know if they exist. But my whole idea of this is that, you know, this is a planet that's moving very, very slowly, and it's going to be in the sign of Aquarius for the next 20 years. You know, it's going to take a while to bed in. You know, Pluto and Aquarius, it's not just going to settle overnight. You know, this is going to settle gradually, and it may cause a bit of discomfort. It may cause a lot of learning. I'm sure it will. We've already had 2 goes at this. You know, Pluto came into Aquarius in March 2023, and then again in January of 2024. Now, as of yesterday, the 19th of November, it came into Aquarius again. So we are with this energy for a long time. So the whole purpose of this is, how can we use this to our advantage to enhance our life for the next 18 months or so. You know, I notice in July 2026 is a very busy and strong time that is absolutely pulling on the theme of Pluto and also Aquarius. Funnily enough, in 18 months time, just under 18 months time, you know, so we've got like right now, Pluto's just shifted, and our North Node is about to change signs, you know, in the next just under 2 months, like, you know, a month and 3/4. Now, in July 2026, Pluto is aspecting Neptune, Uranus, and Jupiter, all at 4 degrees, which is absolutely unheard of. It's not a usual pattern at all with these exact you know, aspects. And also around that time, the North Node will be shifting into the sign of Aquarius, which is where Pluto is. So I think this is really like the warm-up act of Pluto in Aquarius. And I'm really keen to see where this goes and how you can use this. So in this overview, I'm going to be talking about the Mars-Pluto oppositions, the Uranus trine to Pluto that's ongoing, and what that might represent. The idea of Neptune, which is in the midpoint between Uranus and Pluto. And I'm also going to talk a little bit about the sort of timing around July 2026 and what might be occurring, how we might deal with it. Before I get any further, though, I just want to ask you, do you know what your chart looks like? Because if you do, then I think check it out. Do you have planets around 0 to 4 degrees in the sign of Scorpio, Taurus, or Leo in particular? Because if you do, they are going to be in an opposition or a square to Pluto, really creating some tension around power issues and conflicts with strong people. And so if you do have planets around these degrees, you'll already probably be feeling it. First of all, that's the first thing to be aware of. And you're already in a stage of active learning about how to find yourself in your own power. Most likely you're going through a series of self-sabotage things that are coming up, and you're probably wondering, why are they coming up now? You know, they haven't come up for quite some time, but in the last year, and in particular right now, it just feels like they're coming in. So if that's the case, just be aware that, you know, whatever's going on with Pluto right now is going to feel extra sensitive for you. If you don't have anything around these degrees, then you might choose to make a note of some sensitive times in the next 18 months. So you might choose to look, like follow the sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, and Mars is worth checking out as well. But following for when they are in these degrees, like 0 to 4 Scorpio, 0 to 4 Leo, 0 to 4 Taurus, because during those times, the pressures on everyone in the world are going to be peaked. You know, like the planetary picture at that time is that there is a challenge to Pluto and power. So if you've got a list of those dates, you can just be aware of it. You know, like if you're planning something big, you might not want to do it around that time unless you really have a habit of enjoying really intense and strong energy. You know, funny thing is, the more I look at astrology, yeah, I love trines and sextiles and stuff. And yes, I do find them quite easy. I tend to find I get a little bit lazy with those, to be honest. You know, my chart is full of them, but you know, the squares, they really get things going. They really get things moving. And if you're bold enough and courageous enough to say, hell yeah, I'll give that a go. You know, these could represent times when you'll be catapulting yourself much further than you might have done before. But again, it's your choice, you know. Anyway, where my attention is first drawn is right to the beginning of this Pluto and Aquarius, because every 2 years, Mars is in an opposition to Pluto. And so therefore, for the next 20 years, when Pluto is here, when Mars is in an opposition to Pluto, he's always going to be here in the sign of Leo. So you're going to get this pattern come up every couple of years, and it's quite a strong pattern. It's a pattern of high tension, where it feels like there is almost like it feels like there's an attack of something mysterious, strong, powerful, overpowerful, that it's trying to consume you. And you need to find your own level of strength. You need to find your own level of courage. You know, Mars really shows us how good we are at standing up for ourselves, you know, and how we might, you know, defend ourselves at times, like know how to defend ourselves when we need it. Not necessarily being defensive, but just to know that you can do it. You're up to the job of looking after yourself. You know, Mars is also showing how you take action and how busy you get during these times. And so like Mars going through this part of your chart is showing that, yeah, there's a busyness, a need to take action in terms of learning, broadening your horizons, maybe spending a lot of time abroad in a foreign place, experiencing foreign cultures, foreign language, anything that is not your usual environment is absolutely of interest right now. Legal things could also crop up during these times. Your belief systems are likely to be directly affected during these times. So you may well find that you are learning so much more. You're active in your belief, your religion, your spirituality, your politics, your philosophies, and very, very active in learning. I know when, for me, like right now, Mars is in my 9th house, right here, exactly where I'm talking about. And I have taken on so many courses. I'm doing so many online courses at the moment. It's like quite bewildering sometimes. So, you know, it shows where you have a Herculean kind of energy for everything new and everything that you can learn and possibly also share and teach. Now, here's where Pluto gets interesting. So he's in this place of your community. Now, it could be your local community, but seeing it's also in the sign of Aquarius, it could also be an online community. And in particular, it's got a real feel for learning again, but not necessarily learning at a high level. But Pluto here is really showing, he's showing you where you have resistance to your own community, where you have resistance to being in your own community, showing any kind of resistance towards first steps in learning, you know, as opposed to the rush to the high level learning, you know. So here, you know, I think Pluto is giving you a bit of a challenge and asking you, do you really know everything you think you know? Are you skipping ahead? Because if you are, that might cost you. Or do you have the confidence to skip ahead? That's a big question, isn't it? So, you know, Pluto here might be saying, you know, you could get a foundation. You could really develop a foundation in your community. You could have a lot of power in your community. And yet there is this very strong kind of impulse to be outside of a kind of tight and low key community and really reaching up to a higher level of intellectual capacity. So interesting, you know, I think ideas of how much you know and how far you can go are really, really strong for you. And that is a repeatable pattern. As patterns go, I have to say this polarity is much easier to deal with some of the other ones. So yeah, Pluto is trying to also bring you a sense of freedom within your community, a sense of novelty within your community. He's really trying to teach you, I think, how to have power with people, but not like the power where you're controlling them, but where you have a power in your own style, you know, where you're not doubting yourself so much. So this is really helping you to feel a sense of belonging to your own community. So you don't have to shy away or put in these controls like boundaries, which is, you know, one that you might choose to use in a community. You know, this is showing you how you can meet with your community. And it doesn't matter if it feels like you're conceding or kowtowing to the community, because you're in your power. And so people are always feeling your sense of power without you having to prove it. I mean, wouldn't that be a nice gift to be able to experience for yourself? I think so. It's also showing how technology can come into your community and change and transform it. Now, this is where Uranus comes in as well, because Uranus is in a trine with Pluto all throughout this period that I'm talking about. And Uranus is in the 7th house. You know, he's showing, you know, where you might find that, yeah, maybe the people around you aren't so reliable. And, you know, maybe they're quite changeable. And I always think that 7th house is basically a projection screen for what we're not doing for ourselves. So maybe you need to be unreliable. Maybe you need to be a bit different and go to the beat of your own drum, rather than you, you know, admiring and slightly getting miffed at other people for living their lives freely. You know, to me, this is about how you can really, truly be yourself whilst also being in your community. This is really speaking to me of a real authenticity, you know, a coherence where you absolutely, it's funny, I was on a course yesterday, it was talking about coherence. So that's why I smiled slightly as I was saying it. You know, this is really talking about a coherence in terms of, yeah, of how you can be in social situations. So I really think your survival strategy in this 18-month period is to stand strong and firm for yourself in your community and around your loved ones and friends. You might not have the confidence to truly be yourself, but over the next 18 months, I wonder what steps you could take to absolutely feel that sense of belonging, so that nobody could possibly erase that from you, you know, that it is there as a core belief in yourself. I think that would be a really beautiful thing to experience. Now, Neptune at the midpoint is also showing where you may well express this power in yourself. And this is really coming, I think, from what you love doing. So, you know, you might be doing something for your community and for friends, and finding friendship through your community, feeling powerful amongst all the social aspects of your life, in a way that if you've ever shied away from it, now you can really feel empowered and okay to just be yourself. But you might be expressing this through the 5th house, which is about how you light yourself up, how you experience more love, how you experience more playfulness and innocence. And with Neptune there as well, you might be acting things out, singing, writing lyrics, being really, really creative, and also intuitively creative too. So yeah, I mean, this could be quite a dreamy time for you. You know, again, I have to say, Sagittarius, as these placements are looking, I have to say this is a really good placement to have all of these falling into. The last thing that I want to mention is about July 2026. And as we're approaching that date in about 18, 19 months time or so, you know, what really occurs to me is at that time, we've now got Jupiter in opposition to Pluto, and Jupiter is absolutely firing you up to own your shadow and own your light, and to completely be yourself, because Jupiter could blast your community far and wide, you know, so you could all of a sudden be so much more visible, and also really want to be traveling and moving around in this space and feeling really free and unfettered, unburdened. You know, this is actually quite an expansive time for you. And the only thing that will be holding you back is your insecurity about how you are perceived and how much you belong somewhere. So, you know, I think this is very exciting. At the same time, Neptune is exactly in a sextile to Pluto. Historically, they have occurred with times of great changing ideologies and spirituality. You know, everything is turning. And we have the exact trine between Neptune and Pluto, again, suggesting that things move quicker. I really think there's a quickening going on with humanity. So you might find the more the outside is changing and quickening, the more that's happening for you too. So again, I guess my final comments are about, you know, working in this time, being in this time and using it to its maximum effect is to stay positive, stay free, and to stay as resistance free as you can. You know, the more you are tying yourself down to this is the way it's meant to be, the more you're creating hardship for yourself, really, truly, especially if you're saying this is the way it needs to be in your local environment. You know, that's all changing right now. You know, what we once knew is already out of date. And I'm really sure that by the time July 2026 comes along, when we look back to November 2024, we're going to look back and be quite shocked at possibly how old-fashioned some of our thoughts were. You know, I really think things are going to be shaking us up at a very sort of mental and inspirational level. So I hope that's helpful to you, Sagittarius. I don't think there's anything to be afraid of, but I do think it's worth cultivating the kind of personality, you know, the freedom and the laid backness, the expectancy that things are going to go well, you know, a sense of hope, natural hope and optimism. I think that would absolutely help you during these times. So sending you heaps of love and support. If I can be of any help, just get in touch. All my details are below. But yeah, good luck with the bedding in of this Pluto and Aquarius energy. And hopefully, you know, we'll speak soon. Take care. Hey there, Capricorn. So this is an interesting one because Pluto's finally sodded off out of your sign. I bet you're happy about that, aren't you? So Pluto is now in Aquarius officially. It's official. It happened yesterday on the 19th of November, 2024. Whew. That's it. You've done it. You've done your intense time. Unless you've also got something going on in sign of Aquarius, which, yeah. But anyway, this overview is to really guide you through, I would say, the bedding in period of Pluto and Aquarius. You know, so for the next 18 months, what is likely to show up? It's kind of interesting. It's slightly longer than 18 months because we're in November right now. And one of the things that sticks out to me is, you know, soon after, within a month and a half after, you know, this move into Aquarius, the North Node is changing signs from actually slightly longer than a month and a half, just under 2 months, but in between the two. You know, the North Node is moving from Aries into the sign of Pisces. In July 2026, we've got a hell of a lineup of outer planets and Jupiter lining in a really highly rare way. And in that month as well, the North Node will be changing from Pisces into the sign of Aquarius, where Pluto is right now. So this, to me, I feel like we're in the lead up time, the practice time, the warm up time for the true Pluto in Aquarius to really reveal itself in a huge way. Now, I did talk about some of the early, you know, the themes of it earlier in this video, in particular, talking about what happened last time, you know, that Pluto was in Aquarius, you know, back in 1776 or 77 up until 1797. And of course, this time, you know, there are some similar themes, but obviously they're updated by quite a few many years. So what I'm going to look at in this is how to manage the opportunities of Pluto in Aquarius now that it's left your sign. The ongoing Uranus trine, there's Uranus. These guys are in a trine for, you know, the next 4 years. Not exact trines, they're coming in 2026, but they are in a trine. They're working beautifully in a very, very helpful way. They're going to be shaping our world quite considerably. We've also got Neptune in the midpoint between the two. And so Neptune is possibly one of the ways that we might be expressing this Pluto and Uranus energy. I'm obviously going to be talking about July 2026 because that's a hugely important time, I think, when there's going to be a lot of change. And I think what we're going through right now in the world, in our outer lives, you know, like what's going on politically, socially, financially, in terms of the environment and peace and health, and flipping everything is up for grabs, it seems, at the moment. I think it's all shifting. And, you know, I think it's due to be shifting in a technological way. Yeah, there's a very sort of big turnaround. And so, yeah, I think the next 18 months or so is really a warm-up period for you to get really up close and personal with what this means to you, how this could help you, how this could raise you up to the absolute highest vibrations, so that as these big sweeping changes are coming in and almost settling around July 26, 2026, and, you know, ushering in a whole new world, I think, you'll be streets ahead. So that's my whole hope here for you. Now, as we're coming into this, I do also want to just mention about the Mars-Pluto oppositions, because, you know, Mars and Pluto are in an opposition for the next 6 months, actually a little less, because we've already had a month and a half of it. So another 4.5 months, we've got this very strong energy of Mars here in the sign of Leo, in opposition to Pluto and Aquarius. They are going to go exact on January the 3rd and April the 27th. These are quite explosive days, highly energetic, when things could really kind of bust open, but also times when a vast amount of energy is expended, you know, so you might be super busy around these times. But what I really want to check in with you is what this polarity really means to you, you know. So Pluto's going to be here pretty much for the next 20 years for you. And every time he has an opposition to Mars, Mars is always going to be in this part of the chart. So what are these representing to you? You know, what is the significance of the 2nd and the 8th houses? Well, I see this as the part to do with your money, your finances, how you manage your finances, how you earn money, also how you believe in your own value, like where's your level of self-esteem? Do you have self-confidence? You know, I really think they are they are second house issues. On this side of the chart, we're talking about other people's values that you might share. So, for instance, if you've got a partner or a family, there might be wealth between you. There might be loans and mortgages and taxes that you might need to pay, or investments that you've got in the outer world, you know, that you're sort of collaborating with those, with other people. So this is, you know, your earnings, no one else can touch them. This is your earnings, not your earnings, but what you have as an asset with other people. It's also where you might be pulling in other people's ideas about your self-worth and your value, almost like you are in agreement with other people's views, you know, where people might put a lot of shame, blame, guilt and anger. I mean, Capricorn, I mean, it's pretty strong energy. Hopefully you'll smell that a mile off and kind of flick it away. But none of us come out of our family dynamics or our school dynamics. None of us grow up unscathed without a wound or two. And they tend to, I think, show up here. This is a very private place where we do want to keep a few secrets, and we don't really want to feel like we're exposed. So what really comes up for me is these oppositions that are going to be happening every 2 years for the next 20 years, is that Mars here is really giving you the courage to challenge your old thoughts about yourself in terms of how you manage your money, like with banks and relatives, and like your shared assets, like your collective value. You know, you're going to be courageous. You might be making some big decisions around these times, you know, whereby, you know, it's safe to like do more and like go from one stage of life to another. It's very transformational. Might also be a time when you face yourself, face your darkness, face your shadows, in particular to do with your worth, especially when other people's values have been kind of pushed on you and unwittingly you've taken them on. So I do think that these could be quite turbulent times, especially if you're expecting, like if you've got somebody that's currently ill in your family, or if there's, you know, maybe a sort of inheritance issue, or, you know, if you're separating from somebody and there's a mortgage and shared assets, you know, this could this could be quite a source of challenge. You know, how do you manage your shared assets? So I'm guessing as well, you know, that could also be true in terms of custody. If you've got children that you share with somebody, you know, all of these aspects are very, very strong. And what Pluto is doing here is he's trying to show you where you've got resistance to the learning, resistance to standing strong, and also where you have resistance about your self-worth. So you might have ideas, okay, this is where my self-worth is. This is how I build up my self-worth. And like other people could say, what I love about you is this, this, and this. And you're like, oh, no, that's not where I'm confident. I'm confident here. You know, it's almost like you can't receive fully. So I think Pluto here is teaching you where you're resistant to receiving, why you might be self-sabotaging how you receive money, compliments, how you build yourself up. And he's showing you this so you get stronger and start to believe the things that people tell you about the good and the value in you, so you can hear it completely and fully. Now, you know, we're all idiots at some level. And, you know, as much as we know that it would be easy to let go of resistance and it would help us, you know, we still fight for it quite a bit. And so you might find if you're fighting other people who might want to help you, might want to give you something like a compliment, or actually give you some money, or help you with some kind of business strategy, any resistance that you've got could actually turn that person almost against you. You know, Pluto, when you're not taking the lesson or hearing the lesson, not facing the lesson, not trusting in yourself in response to the lesson, then Pluto kind of throws it up in the air and kind of gets angry and gives you a bit of a shake up. So you may well find that other people become a catalyst for your growth. So, you know, don't be surprised if that happens. Now, Pluto in the trine to Uranus. Interesting, Uranus is going through this part of your chart here, which is about your day-to-day living, you know, how you manage your job, your health, your earnings, your home. You know, it's the sort of administrative house, you know, like if you were a big business, this would be the accountancy office where, you know, or the office manager, that would be where Uranus is right now. So Uranus, which is a planet of change, disruption, chaos, consciousness, excitement and novelty and innovation, that character is currently playing your office manager in life. And so that's a little bit uncomfortable. It's showing that there's a real big need for change right now. And it's probably showing you that you can use AI and technology a lot more to make the most of your time and to organize yourself a lot better. That would be very, very helpful. But you might also find that you're begging for freedom. You know, Uranus has a strong need for freedom, especially in air signs. And Pluto in Aquarius is absolutely looking for freedom, you know, freedom in terms of, you know, how you value yourself and how you see yourself. So I could see these working hand in hand. I actually think Uranus here as your office manager is going to bring in some very new thoughts that are going to help you make a huge change, really turn things around so that you've actually got more time to earn more money and to progress in the way that you're hoping to progress. Now, Neptune is in between at the midpoint. And, you know, he's also showing that, you know, to do this, you're going to need to create a bit of magic at home. You might need to get a lot more intuitive at home so that you can work a bit quicker. Obviously, if you're sensing things right the way through your body, you'll know what's what at home. You won't need to find out and have these long and sometimes confusing conversations with people. You'll instantly know what is the source of issues. Now, the best thing you can do actually is to use the intuition that's coming up at home, because Neptune in this part of your chart can also bring up a bit of confusion about where you belong. And it can sometimes bring up a feeling of, you know, is this home actually what you're really wanting? You know, a sense of almost being a bit ungrounded. So the more you use the creativity, the magic, the unconditional love energy, the meditative energy, the popping things out of a hat kind of energy. I think you'll be able to move everything on exponentially, you know, like faster, so much faster than you could normally. So yeah, you might have Uranus as your office manager, you know, changing the way you do things, changing your approach completely, and possibly giving you some big tech, some AI tech to help you at home. And in how you're organizing your life. I also think it's not just about tech, it's also about the intuition. That has to be part of your strategy. And I think the more intuitive you are at home, Capricorn, I think this would be beneficial for you. The more you're able to connect romantically with your partner. So I think that's helpful. Now, one thing I do want to clarify with you is, do you have any planets around 0 to 4 degrees of Scorpio, Leo, or Taurus? Because if you do, those birth planets, those natal planets, are going to be activated by the current position of Pluto, especially in the next few years. You know, Pluto here is giving each one of your planets in your natal chart at these degrees, in these signs, Pluto's giving them a challenge. So you're not just being challenged here in terms of receiving more help, receiving more compliments, receiving more money, standing in your power against being put down by other people. You know, it's also challenging your ideas about friendship circles, like friends of friends, stepchildren, and like people you're networking with far and wide. It's also challenging this part of your chart, which is absolutely about being creative, using your creativity to enjoy yourself. You know, so, you know, there might be this kind of challenge from Pluto saying, well, are you enjoying yourself? Because if not, what's the point? You know, so Pluto here could be really challenging you for a whole heap of reasons. And that could be very, very fortunate. In fact, it would be showing that, you know, in this 18-month period, one of your jobs is to get up to speed quite quickly. Maybe you're one of the way showers that, you know, people talk about. You're here to help lead the way because you are changing and transforming with this energy ahead of time. And, you know, a lot more people are coming on board around July 2026 when I really see a big shift going on. So July 2026, then, the last thing, Pluto is here at 4 degrees. Neptune is at 4 degrees. Uranus is at 4 degrees. Jupiter's at 4 degrees. You know, this aspect between Uranus and trine Pluto happens infrequently. The last time was in 1921, 1922. So it's a really long time ago, over 100 years ago. Here, you know, with the sextile to Neptune, you know, again, really infrequent aspect, you know, but these are bringing up the deepest of transformations in terms of our world. In particular, you know, we have a change in our philosophies and spirituality. Our ideals are absolutely transformed, and our ideas on how we can be more free. I think how we work is going to be absolutely radically transformed by then. You know, we may well be taken over by, you know, like parts of us are going to be taken over by AI. I really think a lot of things will be outsourced to technology, and I think that will cause a lot of problems. Possibly our money is going to, I think that's going to happen anyway. I'm sure our money is going to switch, and there's going to be some massive instability around money as well. And yeah, I just think there's a huge change that we're going through, and you are part of the leading edge of it. So I'm going to leave that there, Capricorn. I hope that was helpful to you in understanding this next 18 months, what you might want to look out for, you know, how that could be helpful. If I can be of any, you know, help at all, just get in touch. My details are below. But yeah, wishing this bedding in period to be a good and enjoyable one for you. And hopefully we'll catch up real soon. Lots of love. Hey there, Aquarius. So this is hopefully a useful guide to help you embed the energy of Pluto and Aquarius in your life over the next 18 months. Now, the whole purpose of this, you know, I've recorded a couple of different Pluto and Aquarius videos, one in March 2023 when it first went in, the second time in January 2024 when it then went in, and now this one from November 2024. What I noticed is that life has really sped by really, really fast in these last couple of years. And whilst a lot of it is still true, there are different nuances that are coming in now. And so I really wanted to talk about how this Pluto in Aquarius energy is going to settle, like first of all, arrive in Aquarius, then settle in Aquarius. Of course, it's your sign. So what does that mean to you? And in doing so, what I'm going to do is have a look at the overall Pluto and Aquarius message, where it is in your chart, which is right here at the most critical point in anyone's chart. A little bit, I'll talk about the Mars-Pluto oppositions. Mars is currently here. So, you know, how are they working in their opposition? I'm also going to be talking about the Uranus trine Pluto, because this is where Uranus is, and there's Pluto. They're in a trine for the next 4 years, and they exactly go into a trine in 2026, which is a huge, huge event, because the last time they went into a trine was back in 1921, which is a heck of a long time ago, and also a time of masses of political and social change. So yeah, there's something brewing for sure. But Uranus and Pluto in a trine together, not only are they helpful for like a great change, like a sweeping social, a sweeping political change that's going on around the world right now, but it's also useful for you to sweep through in your life and create some very deep change. So I'm going to talk about that. Neptune is also at the midpoint between Pluto and Uranus. So Neptune might also help to describe how you can access this energy, how you can express this energy. Neptune is giving you a new way to use this energy. So that's also part of, you know, this forecast. You know, how can you use it all to your best, to best effect? The last thing I really want to cover in terms of this 18-month forecast is the what's going on around July of 2026. So okay, it's a little bit longer than an 18-month forecast, but this particular forecast, when it starts, which is today, the North Node is currently moving into the sign of Pisces. You know, it's not really ready to go through yet, but it's going through in January. At the end of this forecast in July 2026, not only have we got this amazing and awe-inspiring and unlike anything we've ever seen kind of energy with these particular planets, we've also got the North Node about to change, or having just changed, into the sign of Aquarius. So this is quite a strong time. We are looking literally a North Node sign change and also Pluto changing. So this is really big stuff. The likes of what we're seeing in July 2026, I think, is showing that what's happening now is almost like a warm-up. Like we're embedding in the Pluto and Aquarius energy. All of us around the world are doing our own little bit. You know, the world is obviously changing in quite massive ways in terms of our world politics, money, health, energy, environment, ideas, all sorts of ideologies have been changing in quite a massive way. And I do talk about that a lot at the beginning, which is an update of what I've spoken about before. You know, I really do go into it. So if that's of interest, please do check out, you know, the beginning to this, because there's so much historical context about like what happened in the last time that Pluto went into Aquarius and what's already happened since Pluto has gone in 2023 and 2024, and how it's likely to pick up and gather in speed. But yeah, this is a lead up time, because in July 2026, you know, we've got Pluto, Neptune, Uranus and Jupiter all at 4 degrees, all in their signs, all aspecting each other. And, you know, the last time these guys have got together was a long, long time ago, 1921. This is a very infrequent aspect. And, you know, Jupiter in opposition to to Pluto. That only happens, you know, well, very, very infrequently, you know, at least every 11 years. You know, it's a really infrequent kind of aspect. So yeah, you know, this is something completely new. And you know, what I see happening from July 2026 is that there is almost like there is something dropping away from life as we know it, and that there is this whole new kind of radical energy, a whole new sense of human identity. And so, yeah, with this, I really want to be able to show you your opportunities so you can get on and start changing your life, creating new options, creating new ways of seeing the world, so that, you know, you are surfing this energy as this wave comes in July 2026, rather than being engulfed with this great big change. So I hope that's helpful. I'm also going to point out a couple of watch point moments. In fact, I'll start there actually. So if you know your chart, and maybe you do, if you've got anything around 0 to 4 degrees in the sign of Taurus, Leo, or Scorpio, then what's going on right now, and in particular for the next 18 months, is likely to really create some fundamental change for you. You know, it is all of those planets, you know, in Taurus, Leo, and Scorpio are being aspected. They're being activated by Pluto. And Pluto shows up as a control issue, or as a powerful presence that appears to be taking over, you know, almost something compulsive that you can't quite manage to control. And it's giving you an opportunity to stand strong and allow yourself to be changed by something that appears to be slightly scary, slightly awe-inspiring, something overwhelming, something deeply powerful. It's asking you to stand up and to understand it. And so, you know, whatever planets you've got here, I've got Uranus here, in fact. Pluto is really getting me to use my Uranus in my birth chart. So, you know, my ability to channel is going to be something that gets highly activated. And so anywhere where I'm resistant to this and trying to control how I do it, when I do it, you know, anywhere where I'm being formulaic, Pluto's just going to knock that out of the park. You know, it's going to say, no, come on, you need to be able to stand in your power. So I hope that gives you, you know, a clue as to how that might be going. And obviously, as an Aquarius, if you've got anything at 0 to 4 degrees in the sign of Aquarius, that is also going to be really transformed by Pluto's energy. If you don't have anything in those degrees, don't worry. It's not like a win or fail kind of test, but it would be worth, especially given that, you know, this is going through your sign, it would be worth checking ahead and finding out all the times when the Sun, Mercury, Venus and Mars, and so on and so forth, go into these very acute positions. And when the world energy is feeling very triggered by the Pluto power controls, you know, so absolutely look those up, like find out how to use an ephemeris. I think I've got a video somewhere on my channel on how to use an ephemeris, in fact. So, you know, like there are loads of different places you can go to, but find those dates when things are very, very edgy, write them down. You know, I will be, you know, telling you about these dates as I go through on my weekly and monthly forecast, but you might not want to wait that long. You might want to diarize these ahead of time. In fact, I might write a blog piece about it where you can download it. Who knows? But anyway, it's worth a little bit of research, especially for you, because, you know, it's in your sign. So Pluto in Aquarius is here to create change and create a transformation, and also help you have a different relationship to power. Now, as he comes into your sign, there's a couple of things that happen, and you know, and you might find it useful to listen to my Pluto podcast. There's, you know, I've got a series called Pluto Through the Houses, and if you listen to Pluto in the first house and also Pluto in the 12th house first, and then into the first house, you'll get a real like idea as to how powerful it is and what you're going through now. That's Pluto in the first house. You know, I've had lots of different responses. You know, some people are very, very strong when Pluto comes into the sign, you know, into their first house, and other people find it a little bit more challenging and find they're a little bit fearful. And so what I would say to you is these changes, these powerful changes, this sense of a new power arising within you, are you afraid of it, Or are you ready for it? Are you hungry for it? Are you hungry to do something a bit different and to follow your own stars, you know? Because if you're hungry for it, I think Pluto's going to be helpful. What you might need to do is just not hold on so tightly if you're holding on to aggressive, ambitious outcomes. If you've got these like really hard and fast goals, and some of them might be about your body, because, you know, Pluto in the first can really transform the body. You know, you might want to make sure you're not too pushy on your body. Like, sure, set yourself outcomes. I wouldn't say like overall goals to reach, but set yourself little stepping stones so you don't go too far too soon. So you're managing it, and so that you don't get into the panic of having to control it like rigidly. Anywhere where you've got the white knuckles, that's a bad sign, because Pluto, you know, will, you know, in my experience, Pluto shows up, shows you where you're resistant and kind of knocks you down. But if, for instance, you've got this great big view for yourself, this great idea, and you say, yes, by 2026, I'm going to have lost 3 stone or however many kilos that is. I will be looking much better. I will feel better in myself, blah, 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 blah. Or I'll be at peace with it. You know, I think that is sort of challenging yourself to come into your own power, but also recognizing that there might be something even better out there for you. And that's the thing, like, you can't really see better for you opportunities if you're holding on tight to just one. It's limiting you. And Pluto here is here to show you how you can live life so much larger and in such a strong way. Pluto coming through the first house does tend to make people quite rebellious and quite strong and suddenly very, very stubborn. And so, you know, that might surprise you that, you know, you are so much more direct and possibly a bit more confrontational, you know, like really wanting to live your life in your own way. So this is a very strong and powerful and heady, power trip in many respects. So be free in it as much as you can. So, you know, the first house is about your body, but it's also about your public, like your image, and also like what you're known for, a little bit like, you know, your personality, you know, it's how you know yourself, how you think about yourself and how you seem. And so, you know, you might also not just be like working on your health and your body and your appearance, but you might be deciding to, you know, like you might be making big decisions about who you are as a person and might make some huge life changes in this 20-year period. And actually a lot of people make big life changes in a 20-year period, but you know, this is a life change that could take you on a whole new path, like a completely different career, completely different place to live, completely different relationship. You know, there is this feeling that change is coming, and it's coming for a reason. You know, anywhere where change is coming up, it could be seen as, oh, like this is change. It's kind of evil. It's fundamentally wrong. You know, my life is being threatened to change, you know, my life, how I've got it, and I'm quite happy with it. You know, it's being turned upside down. But in reality, I think where Pluto is showing up to show you something else, it's because there has been this kind of little whisper in your ear saying, is this all there is? You know, I thought life was meant to be a bit more dramatic. I thought there was more to this than what you know, what I'm seeing. And so I think Pluto kind of shows up because he knows you better than you know yourself. I know I'm talking a lot about a planet or a dwarf planet even, and putting a lot on him, you know, as if he's an actual person in your life. But I really do see that, you know, Pluto is there to really grant us a really strong level of freedom, because it's in the sign of Aquarius, and also freedom from your own restrictions. And that is the true power. That is where your true power comes from. However, you know, it can be topsy-turvy. It can really create some massive shitstorms in your life that you might not be ready for. So yeah, it's not comfortable. Now, as we're coming into this time, Mars is already in an opposition to Pluto. So Mars currently is right here in this part of your chart to do with relationships and people in your life. Now, often when Mars comes through this area, you might find that, you know, you find your partners are a little bit more aggressive or assertive, very strong and assertive, very boundaried, and slightly difficult. They might also be hypersexual as well. And actually, that's something to mention. Both Mars and Pluto are sexual planets. You know, they have sexual energy. So you might be going through a sexual revolution as well as sort of changing. You know, you could absolutely focus this energy in a sexual way. But yeah, Mars coming through this part of your chart is definitely giving your relationships a lot more of a straightforward approach. And I always think that what is showing up in the 7th is really showing up what we need to do. You know, it's a bit of a projection screen. So whereas it feels like, you know, your partners might be stronger, more forceful, more boundaried, more determined, slightly less friendly, slightly more edgy and wild, that might also be a sign that you are being too middle of the road. You know, that maybe you need to be a bit edgy. That's why you're seeing it in other people. That's why you're bringing edgy people into your life right now. It's because you have a need for the edgy energy, or you're denying the edginess within you. And so edginess is coming in, you know, a bit of excitement. So, you know, it's worth bearing this in mind. Now, ordinarily, Mars-Pluto oppositions pass quite quickly. You know, they're sort of like, they come in, then they're gone, you know, like a couple of weeks tops. But this is a particularly special, and I would say a rare one, because it doesn't happen very often. But Mars is actually going into the opposition, then retrograding out of the opposition, and then going forwards again. So this is a retrograde one on January the 3rd, and then this is a final opposition of this set on April the 27th. So right the way from the start of Mars coming into the sign of Aquarius, it's automatically in an opposition. Now, this opposition is going to happen every 2 years. So as Pluto is going through your first house in the sign of Aquarius, every time he's in an opposition to Mars, which is strong and strident and showing you that you need to be edgier, and that people around you are kind of edgy, you know, this is going to happen every couple of years. So what can you learn during this time? Like, make a note of it. See how you're feeling during this time. How are you noticing your relationships? How are you noticing the quality of the relationships? What are you noticing that your partners have that you secretly wished you could do? Like, you know, if you say, oh, look, he's so wild, but actually you're thinking, damn, I wish I could be more wild. Like, what's your thoughts? Because, you know, this is showing you maybe what you need to address. And of course, if you address it this time, or maybe in the next one in 2 years' time, you know, you won't have to have these very stressful situations where your relationships can get extra fiery. In fact, you can come into your own power in these relationships between these Mars and Pluto opposition. So, you know, I think that's just worth bearing in mind. I think that's quite useful information. Now, Uranus is in a trine to Pluto really the whole way through this 19 month forecast. You know, you know, it's going on for quite a while. So this Uranus trine to Pluto is intense. Uranus is innovative, is bringing change, is bringing a feeling of synchronicity, a feeling of channeling, like knowing, like it's almost telepathic kind of certainty. And, you know, the 5th house, it's one of the places that has a lot to do with romance, actually, and sensuality and sexuality. It's also a place where we enjoy ourselves, we let our hair down a bit and have fun, and we lift ourselves up. So it is a place where we might find new love. So it's interesting that currently, as it starts, you've got Pluto here, Uranus here, and Mars here. So this could be lining you up for a whole new way of relating, and possibly a new relationship. Wouldn't that be exciting? You know, that sounds really quite good. So I really think that this Pluto in Aquarius could actually be quite instrumental in taking your relationships up to a whole new level, like life-changing levels. Now, the Neptune midpoint between Pluto and Uranus, so Neptune's here, is showing up very much in the area of your local community, the people that you know, the people that are part of your sort of like regular life. And to me, I think a lot of this maybe romantic energy or creative relationship energy is best expressed through your community. So for instance, if you're wanting to attract in a life-changing kind of relationship, one that is going to take you up to a whole new level of relating, one that's going to create a sense of empowerment in yourself and give you a sense of like eclectic creativity, as seen by Uranus in the 5th, then I think, the more you're out and about in the local community, being your kind of floaty, drifty, dreamy self, the more you're experiencing spirituality shifts within your local community, the more you're getting involved in things like meditation, yogas and things like that. I think that is really quite helpful. It's helping you meet with the right people and also helping you have a spiritual sense of belonging, which I think is absolutely really needed. Now, coming up to this July 26, 2026 point, there is Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, and also Jupiter, all in this alignment, all at 4 degrees in their respective signs. This great big opposition here that doesn't happen very often, this rare trine to Uranus, this very rare sextile to Neptune, and then also Neptune and Jupiter in a very rare trine. So there's like loads of different potentials going on. I really see this as a time of great sweeping change, as I mentioned earlier in this video. And so what I really think is going on for you is that ultimately you're learning about your power in yourself and learning to trust yourself within relationships. Now, I'm not saying you're learning to trust people to a greater level. What I'm implying here is you're having a much greater sense of trust in you as a person. And because you come into trust with yourself, you're able to trust other people at a far deeper level. So you're not having to sort of contain or control your relationships, but that you're operating from a much higher ideal for, how relationships should be. And I think this is entirely the kind of energy to bring about and to harmonize with the overall energy in the world. Learning to trust yourself at a much deeper level is absolutely vital. It's a vital spiritual skill. It's a vital life skill. And, your ability to trust other people will be off the scale. So absolutely, that's where I would put my energy if I was in your shoes right now, Aquarius. Last thing, if you know how to use an ephemeris, I don't think I said this at the start, I'm kind of losing track a little bit, but, if you know how to use an ephemeris, check out the times when all the planets are at 0 to 4 degrees in the sign of Scorpio, Taurus, or Leo. They will be high tension times when actually there could be some really big shifts in the world. And if you know that these dates are coming up, you can just pop them in your diary and look at them and think, okay, I might want to just take a back seat on this particular day. So give yourself that sense of space, give yourself that sense of trusting yourself, coming into your own power. And I really think this Pluto and Aquarius will get off to a good start. So anyway, I'm sending you loads of love. I hope this goes well, this bedding in period. And yes, let's connect again real soon in another forecast. Bye for now. Hey there, Pisces. So this is a forecast to really help you bed in the new energies of Pluto and Aquarius. Now, this has already happened once, back in, not once, twice, sorry. It happened in March of 2023. It also happened again in January 2024. But now this is the last time that Pluto has changed signs into the sign of Aquarius. As of yesterday, the 19th of November, 2024, it's going to be here for a good 20 years. Now, it's a big shift, and it's creating some very deep changes for you in a particularly tricky house in the chart. I'm not going to lie. This is one of the houses that not many people talk so much about, because, it's a place of unconsciousness. It's a place of what we're really hiding. The truth that might set us free, that we might not want to look at. Some people call the 12th house the place of the unraveling, and I can see why, because this part of the chart, like the first house, is about kind of being birthing. And then as we go through life and experience life through all the different houses, as we're coming to the end of this particular zodiac story or birth chart story, this is the point where we're coming away, where we're changing, where we're dying, not literally. I hasten to add, this is a figurative death. We are ending one life and coming into a new. So this is almost in the dissolution phase. So it's interesting that you've got Pluto, a planet absolutely about transformation and power, in a part of your chart that has to do with dissolution, the dilution of your styles, the dilution of fears, as they come up. And of course, Pisces is a sign that knows a lot about dilution and dissolution, because Pisces is an endless sign. You know, it is unboundaried. If you think of Neptune, one of the rulers of Pisces, and the other one, which is Jupiter, you know, they are absolutely expanded and quite into faith and spirituality. So, you know, Pluto coming into this part of the chart, which the 12th house, you know, like the Pisces is the 12th sign, there is a natural resonance between these two. You know, I see that you're forming power through re-examining and dissolving your ideas about faith and belief systems and expansion and oneness and all of that jazz. You know, this is a real sort of like deep dive. Now, in the 12th, there also, you know, it's a place where we store our fears, our unconscious self-sabotage, our insecurities show up here. And Pluto, which has a bit of a resonance with fears, you know, will show up and scare us a little bit with his intensity and his power. So what I do think is likely to happen as Pluto comes into Aquarius is you might become very aware of a strong sense of power in yourself, in the power of your unconscious mind, in the power of your amazing intuition, your knowingness of things, and it scares you. Or you might come into this sense of, you know, I know my mind is vast and I get the sense that I have these fears. And all of a sudden it feels like there is a big imperative to deal with those fears right then, right now. And of course, that's terrifying. And so a lot of people, what they do when Pluto comes into an area is they try and control what is going on. But of course, everywhere you're trying to control and resist the sort of subtle changes and deep changes also that Pluto brings, it creates problems for you. So my advice right off the bat is to go with the flow as much as you can. If you're starting to sense that there is something within you that wants to be birthed, that wants to come out, you know, if there is a fear that is coming up, an insecurity that's coming up, start journaling, start deep diving, get a coach, speak to somebody regularly. You might have a friend that you can take it in turns, spilling the beans to each other. So you might meet with somebody and say, okay, today this is about me, or maybe for the first half an hour, I just need to get off my chest how I'm feeling. Then you might swap and listen to each other. You know, even the back and forward of deep sharing is going to show you that you're both going through similar things at the same time, and you can learn from each other. Anywhere where you can find support to help your mental health would be really positive, because all of those things that I've mentioned, and there are countless more, there's so many different ways that you can explore what is deeply hidden within you. The more you can do this, the more you get to know yourself. You see, this part of the chart is really hidden. It's a place of unknown. It's in your blind spot. And so as Pluto comes through here, you know, he may well, with his intensity and his power, be bringing up these sort of vague insecurities, or this sensation of anxiety that you can't quite put your finger on. You know something's up, but you can't quite put your finger on it. And so the more you deep dive into the unconscious, also dream recalls, dream coaching, you know, journaling, art therapy, music therapy. Like one thing that really helps me, like bring up stuff, is singing. You know, I realize that when I sing, it alters my state, and all of a sudden it's like I crack open and all of a sudden the tears can flow, and that, you know, that really changes me. But we all have these different things that help us to change and to access a different part of our mind. So something else you might find quite useful is sort of meditation packages, binaural beats, and you can find those online, even on YouTube, or, you know, maybe look on something like Spotify, and, you know, without a license, you know, with a license, so you don't get adverts, and you could listen to these as you go to bed, or, you know, regularly. You know, the more you can find a light but supportive and nurturing routine, the easier it will be. Now, one of the reasons why this is so important is because right now there's also a Mars-Pluto opposition. Now, Mars just happens to be here in the 6th house, and the 6th house is where Mars is trying to show you that he's healthy, he's virile, he absolutely has loads of energy to get down to business, really wants to get your life organized. You know, there is this really strong need to get your life focused, organized, flowing. that it makes sense, that it has a purpose, that it's fit for purpose. And to do that, I think you do need to have quite a strong mental acuity. You need to really trust your mind. I mean, that is a key word, I think, with this, is trusting your mind, because one of the things that comes up in the 12th house a lot is the fact that we stop trusting ourselves. Pluto is here maybe to challenge you, to take you into the untrust of yourself, the mistrust of yourself, so that you find your way back to trusting yourself at a deep level. So you know that what you're intuiting, you're not imagining, so it feels crystal clear. What I'm seeing is you are refining all of those instincts that you've got. So this is an interesting balancing act, so they are kind of stressing each other out. On the one hand, you're wanting to get great mental health, and then on the other hand, Mars is saying, get out of bed, sort yourself out, come on. And so this is a really strong dynamic. Now, the thing with Mars Pluto oppositions is they turn up every 2 years, roughly. And normally they're done and dusted within a week and a bit, they don't last too long. But this one right now, that is seeing Pluto into the sign of Aquarius, is a 3-parter. We've already had part 1 on November the 3rd, just before the election. Part 2 is on January the 3rd, and both planets are retrograde. And then we've got one on April the 27th. So this is an energy that's likely to persist well into May. Hopefully by that time you'd have noticed some patterns that are coming up, maybe some fears and insecurities and self-sabotages that you're becoming aware of. I guess at the first instance, it would be useful to notice what you're noticing, like notice what's not working, notice what you're afraid of, anxious of, notice where those things are building and spinning as stories. And then it's giving you the opportunity to recognize this is what's going on. Now I need to take action on it. So yeah, and I really recommend that you start to take action on it as soon as you become aware of these patterns, because like I said, whilst Pluto's in the sign of Aquarius, every opposition is going to be coming up in this part of the chart, challenging your mental health and also your physical health. So you really want to get grounded with it and understanding the patterns. They may well repeat in different ever-changing ways. They'll come up as a similar theme, but once you've got the scent of that theme, once you've got the coding of that theme, you'll know how to deal with it. You'll know how to deal with yourself. You'll know what tools you need to be able to manage. Again, I go back to, it's important that you can trust yourself and trust your mind, trust your mental health, trust what you know to be true in your instincts. So you may well find that you get challenged on something that is blind, like challenged on something that you have no real clear evidence of, but you have your strong knowing. I mean, that might be something that helps you to trust in yourself so deeply. Now, Uranus is in a trine to Pluto from 2024 to 2028, but he goes into an exact trine in 2026. This is a really rare event. The last time this happened was in 1921 to 1922, a time of radical change politically and in terms of mobility around the world. There were lots of movements going on. And so there is this very sort of radical energy coming in, a sort of radical change. This is bringing up a different kind of consciousness to you. And this might be led by your mental health. You might make these discoveries about yourself, which then are coming into big changes at home, because Uranus is in this part of your chart to do with the home and the family. So, what you're learning right now is also going to transform your home life and hopefully bring in some new ways that are bringing about a feeling of greater freedom, a greater sense of truth between you all, so that there are no unconscious areas in your house. A bit like, I don't know if you have these, my husband calls them doom piles. because he thinks I've got ADHD, and maybe I do. I don't know. It's something because I go like scattered around, So and so there are these little piles of unconsciousness, where I start something and I'm busy in it and I leave it because something else catches my attention. I really am kind of giving a description now of how I am. And so I move over to here and there's a little doom pile, so we might have mental doom piles, these little areas where we do something, we don't finish it, we're kind of unconscious about the repercussions of it. We don't really tidy up our mind. And so what I see going on here with, how you can be within your family from learning about how your unconscious mind is working is that you can clear the physical and emotional doom piles within your family, within your life, and really get some sort of like new freshness and invigoration in there. And of course, the more secure you feel in your family, the more likely you are to get the sense of mental peace. So I really see these working hand in hand. Now, how they link into Neptune is really nice, because Neptune is absolutely at the midpoint. It's showing that, this is having a lovely effect in how you believe in yourself. So the more you're working on your mental health and freeing things up at home, the more you're realizing about yourself in terms of your value as a person, your self-esteem, how much you earn, and are you comfortable with it? And actually what's facilitating this is more of a spiritual approach to life. The more you learn about spirituality of your self-esteem, the more you're learning actively in this place of belief systems, inspirations, intuition, the more you're following up on that, the easier things get for you. So again, you're clearing your mind, you're clearing the doom piles within your family and home. And in doing so, you're feeling better about yourself. So far be it from me to say that, crikey, Pluto going into your 12th house is going to have a negative effect. It could stir up a lot of uncomfortable things. However, when you start to deal with them, I see a really beautiful knock-on effect, which really is bringing me up to this point, because these, like Pluto, has changed signs. Neptune will be changing signs. Uranus will be changing signs. Jupiter changes signs every year. There's a lot of shifts in this year ahead, and I talk about it a lot in the first part of this video, but ultimately there's an unusual configuration of planets on, in mid-July, right the way through July, in fact, so there's an exact opposition between Jupiter and Pluto that happens once every 11, 12 years. We've got this sextile between Neptune and Pluto. It's really rare. It just doesn't show up that often. We've got this trine between the two, again, really rare. The last one was in 1921, 1922. So we've got these rare configurations, all of them at 4 degrees, all of them working together to create transformation, a different spiritual ideology, a different spiritual approach, a feeling of freedom and truth, and a feeling of expansion. Now, I'm not saying this is going to go smoothly. I find, whilst these all look quite helpful and collaborative, these are rare aspects. And when they've shown up historically in the past, they have signified great change, like great social change, great spiritual change. And so, and the opposition to Jupiter is likely to absolutely blow things up, make things quite big. When there is a change, it's a big change. So what I do think is happening coming up to July of 2026, and that is also around the time when the North Node also moves into the sign of Aquarius. It's not just Pluto, also the North Node will be moving in there. This is a massive shift in the world. And I think in July, there is going to be something dropping from our view, and it feels like life is never quite the same again. It really feels different. So if I was in your shoes right now, and I am because my moon's in Pisces, if I was in your shoes, and I am, what I would say is the more you can trust in your instincts, trust your inner mind, learn a lot more patience with yourself, a lot more self-love, that is going to lift you up in ways you cannot quite imagine right now. And as you get closer and closer to July 2026, the energy of that is going to build and build and build. And you're likely to really change and go into something very new, something. And the more you've prepared for it, the more likely it is that you're going to lift up with all this change energy around the world. So what I see is you've got the choice of like carry on as usual, hold on to your life and kind of bed in whilst the world is changing in quite a chaotic way. Or you can get ready for this wave of change, having already changed, uplifted yourself, felt like you've changed your inner mind, got rid of some of your fears, recoded them. All of this is putting you in the right place to rise with the tide, rise with the collective tide of humanity. I see this as a massive, massive change we're all going through. I can't remember if I mentioned this at the start or not, but you know, if you do have planets around 0 to 4 degrees in Taurus, Leo or Scorpio, then they are also going to be impacting the level of change. You know, they're going to be activated by Pluto right now, you know, and where Pluto is interacting in squares and oppositions to your planets, it's putting power and dealing with your power onto the agenda, so you cannot ignore it. It's really bringing it up as a pattern. You know, whilst it might feel a bit painful at first, actually it's really there to serve you and to help you move beyond what you think you're capable of. So, you know, I think it's actually a gift, though I see it does bring up a sense of trauma sometimes. The other thing I would say is if you can use an ephemeris, you know, you can go to astro.com, you can go to so many different websites that offer free ephemeris. I don't know actually what the plural is, but anyway, get an ephemeris and look for the times when the planets are 0 to 4, you know, degrees in the sign of Scorpio, Leo or Taurus, and also Aquarius would be useful as well. And mark those times, make a note of those dates. You might find a couple of dates or weeks really stand out between now and July of 2026. These are dates when the collective energy and pressure around the world are much stronger. And these are times when, you know, it would be good to know what's going on so you can kind of plan how you want to spend your time. So there you go. There's some useful strategies and tips to bed in this Pluto and Aquarius energy. I hope you found it useful. Please like if you do, and feel free to subscribe, you know, and share. You know, that's all very, very helpful to me. But thank you so much for listening to this, Pisces. I hope you have a good one. And if I can be of help, just get in touch. But if not, I'll catch you in another forecast real soon. Lots of love. Bye for now. So there you go. I'm at the end of my massive Pluto in Aquarius forecast. I can't believe I've done another one. But, you know, one of the things that I noticed very strongly in terms of, you know, the change we've been going through in the last few years is just how much has changed since I did my first one in 2023 and my second one in 2024, in January 2024. Crikey, it was only like 10 months away, 10 months past, and it's already shifted so much. So yeah, I think we are on a fast track of evolution right now, and I'm very excited. And I do think the more we all get into our own changes, the more we're lifting each other up. Like if one person that we're connected to is lifting themselves up, they are lifting the collective up, you know, exponentially. So yeah, I think this is really quite exciting and unique and novel. And like I say, you know, this is a time that we have never experienced in in terms of what we know about humans. According to the recorded history we've been told has happened, we've never had a time like this before. So who knows what's coming? Yeah, so I hope this is helpful. Don't forget, you know, there is Pluto through the houses, you know, on my Pluto playlist. So if you know where Pluto is right now in terms of your birth chart, or where he was at the time, place and date of your birth, check out both of those podcasts. They're only about 15 minutes long, and they'll give you a real good idea about how Pluto works for you, which could also, you know, add into the context of today's forecast. So anyway, sending you heaps and heaps of love. If you've got some predictions, let me know. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are for Pluto in Aquarius. Really, truly would. So anyway, let's keep going on this. Let's see what comes out, and hopefully I'll connect with you real soon. Lots of love. Bye for now.